Please remain standing if you are able for the playing of the national
anthem. And this is the national anthem of Iraq. Because of that open end away towards our left-hand side, we really get a great view of downtown Philadelphia with the skyscrapers dominating the skyline. We can make out the Philadelphia baseball stadium as well. I can clearly see the red sign of Phillies, which is on top of the giant screen. And then away in the distance, we've got the Walt Whitman Bridge that is named after the American poet. And if I look then to my right, I can make out the Navy Yard that is just off the Delaware River, and that's where that welcome breeze is coming in, because the humidity levels, not surprisingly with storms in the area, extremely high.
They are. It's tough conditions to play in. Reminds me of playing in Southeast Asia and places like that. It's hard for players, but you know, it's 22 and a half minutes, then you have a wee break, so maybe that'll help a little bit. And as you say, I always say the same thing, it's the same for both sides. But it is, you can only call it atmospheric, isn't it? I mean, it really does kind of help the kind of feeling of something special in this game. And also the kind of, let's be honest, the oddness of the Iraqi national anthem being played here in the middle of America, which is an extraordinary thing. And I have to say, it seemed to be very well respected. There was one or two thumbs down, but I didn't hear anything particularly negative. It really was quite well respected.
Well, we said at the very start with Steve that it's Storm Watch and Star Watch, because storms are forecast for not just Philadelphia, but the potential for New Jersey, for Norway, Senegal, which is a 1 o'clock kickoff UK time. And the protocols are that should there be storm activity within 16 miles of the stadium, then we will be alerted. If that storm activity then moves within 8 miles, then we then have to take shelter. And then once the full 15 minutes without any strikes within 8 miles, once that has passed, only then would the players come back out to warm up. Let's hope that that doesn't materialise. Let's certainly hope that that tornado threat does not materialise, but we'll keep you in touch nevertheless. It's one of many things that we've got to watch when we're live here in the United States.
I think there's a great easy warning. Your ears are absolutely pricked ready for it all. Every time anyone's banged within about 20 yards of us, you're like, what? So you have to be aware of it, you have to be ready for it, but in actual fact, you also have to ignore it. Well, it's not happening, and it's exactly what the players are doing just now. And that is a great scene below us. I was watching Mbappe come out when he walked out beforehand. He has got a steely look about him. He's got a look of, I want a hat-trick today. You almost can read it in his face. He thinks he's got goals he can score today, and even though if they go ahead and the game is won by the French, the story will continue because Mbappe's on the field.
Yeah.
And also the beautiful football that the French can play. But then again, don't ignore that man, Ayman Hussein, who we were talking about before. He's got a very good international goal scoring record, so we'll keep out for them all. Hopefully we will have goals today. I suspect we will.
Well, both sides have made 3 changes from their opening game. They've had a change of goalkeeper, have Iraq, because I don't think that Jalal Hassan was too convincing, so he's been replaced by Ahmed Basel. for his 17th appearance in goal. The other changes are Zinedine Iqbal, once on the books of Manchester United, coming in for Ali Jassim, who's got a neck injury, and Ahmed Kassem replaces Ali Amadi. As Iraq all in white, we've got the countdown inside the stadium. We've got Basil in goal, Hussein Ali, Hashim, Tassin and Doski, their defence. Bayesh, Alimari, Ismail and Iqbal is the midfield, and Ahmed Kassem and Ayman Hussein as the two up front for Iraq, who are all in white. France are all in blue, and they have Mignon in goal, Koundé at right back, Saliba Upamecano. Luka Dean replaces Teo Hernandez at left back. Manu Kone comes in to replace Tchouaméni in the midfield. He will partner Rabiot in that central midfield position, and then the three ahead of him, you've got Elise in the 10, Dembele, and also Bradley Barcola comes in for Doué. That's the other change behind Kylian Mbappe, who makes his 100th appearance for France. He is just the 10th centurion, and the list of names ahead of him. Deschamps is ahead of him on 103, as Dean gets forward on that far side to left, down towards the byline, early ball into the box, and that was cut out by Hashim. One back in then by Kone, and Mbappe almost on the end of it, and it goes out for a goal kick. But obviously Hugo Lloris is the leading appearance maker with 105, but you've got, in no particular order, Vieira, Thuram, Giroud, Zidane, Griezmann, Henry, Desailly. Whoever is that 11th player, I don't care who it is. It could be Jules. That's one hell of a team.
It is an incredible team, and you don't get to 100 caps unless you're a good player, but also you have to be playing with a good team that managed to get to all the competitions and get to the finals and play a lot of games. So all those things in together tell you that that is a phenomenal team for the ages, and a nice moment for Iraq. They managed to get a kick at the ball there.
Yes, I've got a feeling, after being in Atlanta yesterday, we've arrived here in Philadelphia via a flight to New Jersey, that it's going to have a similar feel in terms of the possession, that France will dominate, and Iraq have just got to try and keep them at bay for as long as possible. Mbappe with a good footwork, then back heels the ball, gets it back from Rabiot over on that far side. Elise in a central area, almost threaded the ball through to Rabiot, but Iraq managed to bring the ball clear, and on this near side it is now with Doski. You might well have seen his spectacular goal in the warm-up games where he scored from a tight angle against Spain to bring up his first goal for Iraq. But tough tackling left back, German-born, plays his football in the Czech Republic for Viktoria Pilsen. He's going to have, well, I think the entire back line are going to have a really busy evening here in Philadelphia for what is a 5 o'clock kickoff local time. Just had an update actually regarding the storms that we've been talking about, because we're yet to actually have a match that has been impacted by the weather. There is still a moderate risk of weather-related delays, in particular towards half-time, as Iraq coming forward. Then just before the shot could get away, ball will run out of play on this near side. And our referee, incidentally, is Drew Fisher from Canada. He's the man in the middle with his orange referee's jersey and black shorts. He's told that the weather was 83 degrees, but it feels more like 88. But it's the high humidity.
It is the humidity, and that makes it more difficult to play under. I'm very impressed by the Iraqi start. Now, they've set out allegedly as a 4-5-1. They usually play 4-4-2. But they look a lot more positive than that. They're playing up a lot of players further forward than I expected. I was expecting a 4 or 5 and a lot of distance before you got up to Hussein up at the front. But in actual fact, he's getting lots and lots of support when the ball's played up here. They've not come just to make up the numbers, have they, right?
No, they haven't. They've actually kept the same central midfield partnership of Ismail and Al-Amari, and it's Ismail's ball out towards that far side that was intercepted by Barcola running back, but playing just slightly ahead of them is Zinedine Iqbal, who was actually born in Whalley Range, so he was part of the Manchester United Academy, a youth graduate, didn't actually make any appearances during his time at Old Trafford, and has since moved to Utrecht and has lost his way somewhat this season. And yes, he is named after the French icon, but I think they're going to try and get him on the ball as much as possible. He's playing, well, he's trying to get in behind Kone.
Yeah, but he's finding himself really well marked in there. Kone spotted that he could be a danger. I really like what they're trying to do. They're playing quite directly. They're getting the ball up to Hussein as often as they possibly can. As you say, they're trying. It's not complicated stuff. Little flick-ons here and there. And I suppose the other thing you have to remember, if you're Iraq, the French started very slowly in the last game.
Yes.
They like to play themselves into the games. Well, that might leave a little window of opportunity, and I think they're trying to make good use of it.
But by doing so as well, you're taking pressure off your back line, aren't you, by offering a little bit of respite. There's nothing wrong with going direct. As another forward ball is aimed towards Hussein, cleared by the French defence, headed back. This is Rabiot, just manages to get it away before Kassem could get there. Dean now plays it forward, and this is where Mbappe picks it up. This is where the acceleration kicks in. Oh, that was a cynical challenge, and a yellow card is straight away shown.
I don't think there's going to be many arguments over that one. I mean, Mbappe's pace it's kind of weird when there's a lot of quick players, and then you look at him, the way he moves, and it's one of those ones, he sticks the leg out, but he just leaves a lazy leg there, and there's no way the referee can do anything else other than yellow card for Alamari.
Yes, Alamari plays for Cracovia. Swedish-born defensive midfielder, no attempt to play the ball, blatant foul, free kick, yellow card duly shown. Elise with a free kick into the penalty area, bounces off the chest. Was there a trip there? The referee had a good view of it. Upamecano was the player who was felled inside the penalty area. Just to say, this game is live on BBC television, so it gives you the option to watch as well as listen to the 5 Live commentary on the iPlayer or the BBC Sport website towards Mbappe, diagonal ball, and he looked for the instant layoff, leaping in the volley towards the supporting run of Dembele. He's gone behind for a corner kick, but already he looks like a man on a mission.
Well, he is a man on a mission. There's not even a shadow of a doubt about that. It was right on 1 minute where he had his first half a chance, chased the ball in from a wayward shot, but desperate to get these goals. And you just wonder about the players, will they be trying?
Oh, this must be a penalty, VAR check, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think it was, but they've got away with it, the Iraqis.
Yeah, the corner was held up momentarily. Now it's been taken short. Dembele, though, is challenged by Iqbal over on that far side.
It's a little bit of naivety there with the Iraqi team putting 2 out against 3 at a corner. The French didn't make as much as they could have.
Elise out to Dean. Dean with a first-time cross, and the goalkeeper punches it away. Drop back in off the left foot of Elise, and then on the half volley, it was off target by Kylian Mbappe. Right-footed, screwed it wide, goal kick. 8 minutes played, 0-0.
Yeah, shooting sight, isn't it, though? Every time the ball comes near Mbappe, it doesn't matter if he's at an angle, a couple of players in front of him. He's almost a bit excitable. Don't do that. Just play your own game. I'm sure he will start playing his own game soon. But the very noticeable thing is, by the way, we might have heard a boo there. I think that's because certain Mr. Infantino turned up on the screen for a moment.
He was in Atlanta yesterday. Here he is in Philadelphia, the FIFA president. Has Koundé on this near side, the right. Elise challenged very quickly. There were 3 white shirts there for Iraq. And now there's an opportunity for Ismail. No real pressure on the ball as he's midway through his own half. Central area. Finds Iqbal along the ground and out to this near side for Doski. And his diagonal forward ball bounces into the arms of Mike Maignan.
It is interesting when the alleged 4-5-1 is not playing that way at all. I mean, Kassim's playing up front alongside Hussein quite a lot. Yeah, when they lose the ball, you go back in there and help your teammates a little bit. But when they're on the ball, again, you can't underline it enough. It's pretty simple. It's basic stuff. It's don't do anything over clever. But as we're watching it now, look at it. It's 3v3 up front for the Iraqi team, with the wing back trying to sneak up there as well. This is really positive. I really like their attitude of not being fearful, sitting back, just taking what's coming to them. really like that. They'll probably pay for it, but I kind of like the fact they're having a go.
But I guess it's better than just sitting back and waiting for the inevitable.
When you watch the Senegalese playing against France, when they played such a high line, you thought, well, I wonder when you're going to get caught out, because you're going to. Because you put that amount of space behind the defenders. Mbappe will get in there. He's quicker than everybody else just about on the planet. But also his movement is so clever as well, and he's got people who can find him, so it's a dangerous game.
They're managed by Graham Arnold, the Australian, as Dembele links up on the right-hand side. Dembele's low ball. Bardèche battles for it inside the penalty area. They've lost it. Comes out towards Rabiot. Rabiot passes the ball. This is Barcola. Dean on the overlap into his path, but then running out of defence on that far side is Tachin and puts the ball out of play for a France throw.
Yep, zipped up a little bit quickly there, but once again those white shirts were back in massive numbers there. They are working hard. They're having to work hard, the Iraqi team, but it's mostly controlled play by the French, and when their opposite number get the ball, they just move it very quickly, and it's generally back to front.
That's the voice of Pat Nevin on BBC Radio 5 Live, also available on the BBC Sounds app, as all in bright orange. Basil, the goalkeeper, clears downfield. Downward header then by Koundé, played forward by Iqbal, gives something to chase for Kassim, but he was beaten to it by Mike Maignan, all in yellow, and that ball will go out of play for an Iraq throw on this near side. 11 minutes played, 0-0, and yet to have a serious chance in this second group game to be played in Group I.
Yeah, but you can see the dangers, where the dangers are for France. They've tried to get Elise on the ball as much as possible, but there's not a lot of space in that 10 area where he wants to pick the ball up, so there's a limited amount of space just now. The Iraqis are not daft to make sure that area is covered, but Mbappe just looks lethal, he looks lithe, he looks ready for it, he looks desperate to score.
The ball will run through to Maignan, who's out of his penalty area, passes the ball for Luca Dean to get onto it, and this is incredible really. It's his first appearance at a World Cup after an absence of 12 years. His last appearance, and indeed his only prior appearance, was a goalless draw against Ecuador in 2014, because he was on the standby list for 2018 and then he was injured for Qatar 4 years ago. So after a good season for Aston Villa, it's his second appearance in a World Cup for France. Koundé up for Meccano, shuffles the ball inside towards Saliba, all in blue. 12.5 minutes played, 0-0. And France playing from left to right as we look now with Dembele. Koundé not utilised on the overlap. Dembele holds on to the ball, plays it short towards Mbappe. Back towards Dembele, shot takes a deflection, loops in the air. Goalkeeper and defender, a little bit of a mix-up, almost falls towards Elise, and Iraq get the ball away.
Lovely play there, intricate stuff there on the right-hand side, Dembele. And that's what they have to do, you know. Do something unusual, something different, something unexpected, and that's what they did in that kind of right wing area. Don't just lump it in the box. That's not the type of team they are, and they're beginning to find a few spaces. It just needs the Iraqi defence to turn off for a second. They have.
Wonderful skill by Mbappe, dances away once, twists and turns, pulls the ball back. Dembele lets it run through towards Elise. Shot is charged down, loops in the air, and then he's headed out by Hashim.
It was almost an Olé there, wasn't it? It was very close to that when Mbappe was doing his little step overs and his dummies. The crowd loved that.
They're playing better already though in these opening 13 minutes as Mbappe shoots! And Mbappe scores! Fabulous goal by Kylian Mbappe! The latest French centurion marks his landmark appearance with another World Cup beauty. 14 minutes played. France are ahead by a goal to nil.
Well, you just said they've started better. They were dialing it up there. They were moving it much more quickly, and you've seen the confidence that you were getting from various players, but Mbappe in particular, step overs, dummies, making a little bit of space there. But when it comes to him in the corner of the box, he is 20 yards out. And he is just, and it's an angle, it's almost a Mo Salah angle, if you understand that meaning. But there's no curl on it, it's a ping, it's direct. Keeper's expecting it to come towards him. He's got fingertips to it, but he's never stopping that. Brilliant goal by Mbappe, and that shoot on sight post is kind of working for him.
So that is 51 goals in 53 and a bit games for club and country this season, and it is his 59th goal on his 100th appearance, and it also means that he leaves Gerd Müller behind him in leading goal scorers at a World Cup. He moves level with Ronaldo of Brazil, Miroslav Klose on 16, and after Messi in his brace earlier, he moves to within 3 of Lionel Messi. But there's just one big difference. He's still only 27.
And also he's got a few minutes left in this game. We're not turning it off yet, are we? The expectation is, but look, he might not score another goal today, but I bet you any money he has a few shots on target.
Well, 4 in 2018, 8 in 2022, and already he's scored 3. And we'll bring in Julien Laurent in a moment here on BBC Radio 5 Live, but France are leading by a goal to 0, as this is Dembele. Dembele, remember, is still looking to break his duck, not just at a World Cup, but also at a major tournament. Today is his 20th appearance for France in a major tournament. But here is Dembele with a touch to Koundé. And that is Doski who's trying to get it away. He's helped out by Bayesh. So Jules, another stunner.
Yeah, left foot as well, and he went to see his dad, who is in one of the boxes here at the stadium, almost like if there'd been a bit of a bet there of can you score also with your left, because he hasn't scored that many with his left. It's not really that this kind of goal onto his left foot is not really anything that he's been used to doing, and yeah, he's also capable of scoring goals like that.
It was a belter. France are ahead, Iraq going forward, save forward, diving by Mignon as a ball from the right-hand side looked to Hussein, the 30-year-old forward, who not only got the goal against Norway, but actually scored an own goal in that 4-1 defeat, which was the heaviest defeat in a World Cup match. They've lost all 4 at a World Cup, have Iraq. Their only previous time was back in 1986. They are already a goal down here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and you do wonder, like, if there wasn't these goals records to be talked about and considered and thought about all the time, would France just take it easy now? You know, there's no need to rush it, but it doesn't feel like that. They want to score more.
Here is Elise, Koundé with a low ball into the penalty area. Mbappe was there, but equally so were the Iraqi defenders, and it was Tassin who managed to get the ball away as a Mexican wave sweeps around this stadium here in Philadelphia. Ball played through, that was alert defending, as Iqbal now threads it forward and looking for Doski, the right back. He was bundled over, and that will be a free kick to Iraq as they trail by a goal to 0, but he needed to be alert because otherwise Mbappe was in the penalty area.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at a little bit of a shock for the Iraqi team. When you lose the goal, it's how you react right after that, because you can be panicked, you can be pushed back, and you're going to keep to your game plan. Well, actually, yeah, they have tried to. They're still leaving the number of players up. They're trying to impact this game in a positive way. So you do applaud them, but they're going to have some quality in the man-to-man marking at the back, because Elise looks up for it, Dembele looks up for it, and Mbappe clearly looks up for it. In fact, that front four just looks a bit special. It
does. We talked about the value market of that front four in the first game against Senegal the other day. When was that? Last Tuesday. The other interesting thing about the criteria that FIFA have changed for qualification, as a direct ball forward to Barcola into the penalty area, inside left channel. Barcola goes one way and then the other, down towards the byline. Barcola then sends over the cross. It might drop here towards Dembele, and then the header out by Bayesh, played back in by Koundé, repelled by the head of Hashim. Iraq battling for it, but then France win the ball back. It is goal difference and goals scored between teams in question. So France here today, yes, they would qualify with a win, but it wouldn't give them, they don't have to match the Norway results when they beat Iraq by 4 goals to 1. It'll be the meeting between the two of them that will determine who finishes top of the group in Group I. and the winners would play a third place side, potentially as it stands Sweden. The runner-up would be looking at Ivory Coast in Dallas. And don't forget, there is that predictor on the BBC Sport website that is just brilliant to look at all the various permutations. And I would imagine, what are we now? This is game 2 of Group I, but as we get into the third set of group matches, it's going to get plenty more hits on the BBC Sport website as it looks at all 495 different combinations. France leading by a goal to nil. Elise's forward ball cut out though by Alamari in the midfield.
Do you know what, Ian? That's the problem I was mentioning, suggesting before. Did they start trying to find Mbappe when they shouldn't? And that's exactly what happened there on the left-hand side. The ball's got to go to Barcola. It doesn't. It's trying to find Mbappe, who's got 2 players on him. So, stop. Do the right things. Having said that, I once done that myself, and I'll tell you about it later.
Barcola goes on a bursting run down towards the byline. From the byline, it's cut out by the right leg, outstretched by Zaid Tassin, out for a France throw.
Well, very quickly tell you, Kenny Dalglish's 100th game for Scotland. He was on nearly record goals. That just kept on trying to pass.
Dean with a cross, punched away by Barzel, who is the Fabien Barthez lookalike. That was what was in my head for the ball-headed keeper. And he punched it away. But he's definitely got a look of the former French shot stopper, hasn't he? I bet they wish they had Fabien Barthez in goal.
I mean, you could almost question that, the first goal, but it was a lot of pace in it. Yeah, as Joe says, it's his left foot, and it does get fingertips to it, but classically it's one of those ones that when you watch it in slow motion you think, well, he should get that. By the way, it zipped past him at a pace. I think he was lucky to get his fingers on it.
That's Pat Nevin who's with us. Rabiot now comes forward, finds Barcola inside the penalty area onto his right foot. It was a low ball. Elise was making the run and cleared away by Hashim. Doesn't go out of play. Dean keeps it in play, the left back for France. Here is Rabiot, snapping away at the heels of the French midfielder. Saliba then gives it back towards Rabiot. But you think how they struggled in the first half against Senegal, but it's been seamless here in this opening 22 minutes as the ball goes out wide to Dembele. Just popped up a little bit off his left foot, now allowed to send over the cross. There was a little nudge there by Hussein Ali, the right back, on Mbappe, who made the most of it, and the Iraqi supporters didn't like that, and there are a few jeers in the direction of Kylian Mbappe, but exaggerated form.
There's not a chance in the world that's a penalty kick. Mbappe knows what he's doing. He's never going to get to the ball, so he puts his body in the way and gets nudged over.
And now the boos are for the drinks break here, but that gives us the perfect opportunity for you to tell your Kenny Dalglish story.
Phil. Now, just a 100th cap, and Kenny was on the same amount of goals as Dennis Law, as the most goals scored for Scotland. And yeah, once we had the game won, all we wanted to do was get Kenny the ball, because you want him to get that record. So yes, it does. Even in international football, it does happen. You want to get these records, and you want to give a legend of your country these records.
So Pat Nevin to my left and Jules is to my right. Go on then, what is your summing up of the midway through the first half?
Well, I mean, we thought it could be the Mbappe show again because of this incredible record that he's chasing, now owned by Messi. It used to be the closer record, now it's the Messi record that is very much alive in this tournament. On his 100th cap too, we mentioned that. But I think I love the point that Pat made on that pass from Olise there. That should have gone to Barcola, who made a great run, and that's the good thing about Barcola, because Doué would have asked the ball into feet. That's what Doué does. Dembele is a bit the same on the other side. Barcola brings you something different as long as you use it, of course. And in this instance, Olise looked for Mbappe because of that connection that they have, maybe because it's Mbappe and because, like Pat just explained, with those big stars, they want the ball all the time, they want to get fed, and maybe sometimes you overplay it, you overforce it because it's them. And what was interesting is, as the players were walking towards the French bench for this drink break, Olise went to see Barcola. Very much he looked like to me to say, sorry, you're right, this one should have been for you, and I made the wrong call here.
They shouldn't keep on doing that, and I don't think they will keep on doing that, because in the end it doesn't help the player who's trying to score, because you're not giving him good ball. Yeah. You get the ball out to Barcola, he's going to take around something, he's going to create something for you anyway, so it's not a good way to play that game. But I can see why there's a wee bit of, I was going to say desperation, that's not the right word, keenness to get the ball into him, and that's fine.
Whilst you two have been talking as well, I was just looking. There seems to be darker clouds to our left, but judging by the way the American national flag is flying at the side of that stand on the left-hand side, the weather's going to come from the right, where we've got brighter skies. But FIFA did say to us as they're monitoring the weather that we could have a little bit more storm activity towards half-time.
Yeah, I mean, your best friend, your new app about Fox News Philadelphia, or whatever it's called, or CBS, is telling us that those storms might be coming around 8 o'clock. If that's the case, we should be fine.
We would hope so. We will keep an eye on it. Norway-Senegal to come. That's a 1 o'clock kickoff in the morning back in the UK, and then Jordan-Algeria is at 4 o'clock. And tomorrow, England-Ghana is live from Boston. It's a 9 o'clock kickoff. It's also live on BBC One, so like this game, that means it gives you the opportunity to watch and then to listen to John Murray and Paul Robinson through the iPlayer and website, and you get all the build-up to England's second game against Ghana on 5 Live throughout the day tomorrow. But after the drinks break and being treated to some drummers in the green of the NFL side Philadelphia Eagles, who play their American football here in this very impressive stadium, the game is back underway. And they've made a change as well, have Iraq, and Ahmed Hussein has gone off. So he was looking to be just the third Asian player to score in the first 2 games of World Cup appearances. Fuad Anwar of Saudi Arabia and Junichi Inamoto of Japan are the other 2. But he has been replaced, and it is Al-Amadi who's come on to replace him.
You suspect that's an injury. It's got to be some sort of injury. It would seem very, very strange to do that this early in the game, and he hadn't done anything particularly wrong as far as I could see.
So the former Ipswich striker now plays for Luton Town, but he was hampered by a calf injury since his move to Kenilworth Road. Just 14 appearances and 1 goal, but he is on, and here he is with a touch of the ball out towards Bayesh. Bayesh cuts inside on the edge of the area. Iqbal passes the ball forward. This is now the left back, Doski with the cross. It's a good one in towards the penalty area, and caused a little bit of consternation as Al-Amadi tried to get on the end of it.
He's given a corner kick. Obviously they're going to have a little look at that to make sure, one way or the other. Bit of a confusion there, and he's changed his mind. It's a goal kick after all. But yeah, again, start after the rehydration breaks. It's quite a big thing how some teams do really adapt very, very quickly after these breaks, you know, and try and change the narrative of the game and the feel of the game. That's what Iraq have tried to do here. They've tried to get in the front foot again after there was a period of 10 minutes where, let's be fair, we were getting a crick in our neck looking down to the right because it was all France.
Well, they've certainly shown a little bit more ambition than Saudi Arabia were able to do against Spain in Atlanta yesterday. Al-Amadi, who's 6'2", and when he was at Ipswich, actually in the Premier League, he was the first Iraqi to play in the Premier League when he was there at Portman Road. But Iraq trailed by a 1-0. France are 1-0 up and still very, very comfortable. Here is Upamecano. Elise, tight triangular passing patterns from the French players in blue. This is Dembele, strokes it. Saliba comes onto the ball just outside the centre circle. Rabiot then finds Dean, the left back, as they work across the playing surface, and then the ball is hit from left back and it's away from Barcola, and that will run out of play for a goal kick. Pat Nevin.
No need to play that quite so long there from the French team. When they, not slowly, but when they build it in a kind of very deliberate way from the back, they find themselves across the 18-yard line with that very considered low block that they always will find themselves. But there's no need to play it that early, that long, that early, because if you do it and it doesn't work, it gives a real bit of respite to the opposition. So it's strange giving the ball away so easily there.
France 1-0 up. Atmosphere's a bit subdued, isn't it?
Yeah, died down a little bit. Funnily enough, it's when they're talking about the rehydration breaks, and I'll tell you about that in a moment, because there's a little break for Iraq.
Ball over the top. This is Al-Amadi who holds it up, waits for the supporting run. It comes from Ismail, passes the ball out wide. Hussein Ali joins the attack. Ismail then gives it back out towards the Iraqi right back, who sends over a cross. It's charged down from Dean and goes behind for an Iraq corner as they trail only by a goal to nil. Corner kick far side the right.
Well, sometimes you've got a flow of a game, and that was always a big worry about these breaks. You know, they happen in every single game, so the flow changes or the flow stops. And it actually happens to the fans sometimes as well. Unless something happens very, very quickly after the break, they almost take a little bit of a break, the fans as well. So, but this is the second corner since that 22.5-minute break that the Iraqi team have had, and that'll give them a real lift. What a difference it would make to this place if they could manage to score.
It certainly would. Alamora is the player who's gone across to take it. Pats, meanwhile, is trying to attract the attention of a rather burly gentleman in front of him who stood up. He doesn't help by sporting a baseball cap as well, obscuring Pat's view.
I didn't actually need to tell him because the Iraqis hadn't been up there that often, but they're up there now.
So it's a corner kick, far side the right. It's an in-swinger, delivered towards the far post. And has it been kept in play by Bayesh? Well, he did, but he only then gave it away to Koundé. It'll be a throw. Can I just say as well, the way that he prodded him with a bottle of water was brave.
No, actually I tickled him with it. I think he thought it was a fly.
Was that a Scottish tickle?
Yeah, do you know what? If he didn't move quickly, there was no problem. He'd get the bottle of water thrown over him.
Koundé, just remind me never to get tickled by you. France are 1-0 up. We've been playing just past the half hour.
We get the words tickle and tackle mixed up sometimes.
Ball through, Barcola makes the run. The bounce of the ball went across his body and then took him a little bit further out wide left. In towards Mbappe, the goal scorer. France are 1-0 up. This is Dembele, was winding up to shoot there from distance. Instead, he passes the ball back towards Barcola. Dembele, instead of trying to find the ball to Mbappe, they should be trying to give it to Dembele if he can break his duck. Poor fella. Here he is. Mbappe, though, winds up to shoot. Block came in on this occasion from Iqbal, but they can't hold on to the ball. Dean gives it towards Rabiot. But again, they're looking very easy on the eye of France. Here is Dean now, low ball in, easily cut out though by Tassin, the central defender, and Iraq then can clear through Hussein Ali. But it's a high, lofted ball, and it only goes as far as Saliba. And guess what? The ball's going to come back again.
The obvious thing about France is they're playing really nicely. They're passing it well. The skill set, I was going to say of the front four, but you know, all of the players there is pretty special. But, and here's the but, there's more gears, aren't there? You can feel there are gears that they can take it up. It's easy if they need to, if they lost a goal or whatever. Yeah, they can go well beyond what they're playing just now. And that's with them playing well and completely dominating the vast majority of this match.
Well, France are at a nice, gentle walking pace here in the humid conditions of Philadelphia. And they're leading by a goal to nil. This is Kone, silently effective. Just sitting there, the ball squirms its way out towards the left-hand side. Dean with the cross, comes off the head of Hussein Ali, and then that was cool defending by Doski, the left-back, towards Ahmed Basil, the Iraq goalkeeper. You know who Ali Al-Hamadi replaced? It was Ayman Hussein who got the goal. They've got a combined worth, those two players, of £2.35 million. That's probably the right leg, or indeed the right toe, of Kylian Mbappe.
It is extraordinary difference that the quality, and also the quality shows. I mean, if you're 100 times more expensive than another player, it doesn't mean you're 100 times better, but it does mean you're a lot better.
Kone did well to break up the move, passed the ball to Elise, out to Mbappe, unable to get it through to Barcola, and it picked up by the goalkeeper, all in orange. Still just the one goal. I wonder if many people expected with that goal from Mbappe after 14 minutes, and pardon the pun, bearing in mind that we're on storm watch, but for the floodgates to open.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have been a surprise, and especially the fact that when they can get forward, the Iraqi team get forward, so you expect there to be spaces, but they're so well drilled, they're impressively well drilled. This will be harder and harder and harder for the Iraqi team as the game goes on. If they keep on trying to break as much as they try to break just now when they got on the ball, getting back is going to be tough for them.
As we look away towards our right and see that naval yard by the Delaware River, you can just in the distance see that the rain is falling away to that right-hand side. That's where the weather's coming from, as Dembele was unable to keep the ball in play. They are so accurate with the weather forecasts here in the United States.
They kind of have to be. Dangerous stuff over here.
1-0 still to France. Iraq with Hashim. Plays on the left-hand side of that central defensive partnership. This is Iqbal. Nice little turn, nice little link-up play as well. Up to Bayesh on the halfway line, holds up, and then goes out of play, and it will be. Well, he thought it was an Iraq throw. Graham Arnold, don't think was necessarily convinced that it was, as the Australian in charge of Iraq was more concerned that the white shirts were back in defensive positions as we edge our way towards half-time with 10 minutes remaining. Rabiot's having his shirt pulled there by Al-Amadi.
I'm watching the way the Iraqi team are playing just now. I think Iqbal's looked really nice and tidy on the ball. I'm actually very impressed with Doski, left full-back. I mean, he's been done a few times on the wing, as you would do against that quality. But when he's been on the ball, he's looked really smart, comfortable, confident on the ball. I've been impressed with the left full-back for Iraq.
Barcola, far side to left, and Mbappe manages to skip out of one challenge that was coming in from Ismail. He still tracks him, goes out for a throw on the left. But Dina's just tossed the ball away there because it wasn't going in favour of France, and instead it will be an Iraq throw that they are in no real hurry to take. I mean, that's the thing, they're only a goal down, but already they're just quite happy to go, I tell you what, we're killing time.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think they will get forward when they can. I mean, there's no point in going 100 miles an hour and leaving those gaps at the back. And as I say that, the heavens open. Happily, we've got a little bit of a cover, but not many others have.
No. There's only the two stands, this stand and the stand opposite, that right at the very back have you got the canopy covers, and a little bit like a crowd reacting at Wimbledon when it first starts to rain and everybody starts reaching for the brollies and the ponchos. That's what's happened elsewhere around the stadium here, and it is now all of a sudden out of nowhere. It's like somebody's just turned on the shower and it's pouring down.
So you know, the players have been relieved by it, Ian. It's a lovely feeling, as long as you don't get the thunder and lightning with it as well. But it'll cool them down. You know, it'll change the game as well, because the ball will zip across the surface much better.
Well, the only thing I would say is that because of the fact that we haven't had an alert, there can be no storm activity within at least 16 miles of this stadium, as France still lead by 1-0. And bizarrely, with now dark skies and the rain falling, it's more of a picturesque scene in the stadium because of the array of colours that we've got of the ponchos that everybody's brought with them, as this is an opportunity for France. And it was Barcola who was making a direct run, and it was deflected on its way through to Elise, and they've cleared it.
Ian, I think he's done it again. The shot's on there. The shot is on there. He's ran 50 yards, they're backed off him. You're only in the 18 yards out, and you try to slide the ball through of an eye of a needle to try and get Mbappe in. They're ruining their chances of getting a good score here by always trying to find Kylian. You find him when he's on. It's okay, his chances will come.
Dembele looking for the return ball from Elise. Challenge comes in, cleared by Iraq. Rabiot then will get it back once more. The scene now, particularly the bottom tier around the stadium, resembles that of a nursery school's wall, where you've got the different colours of the yellow, the lemon red, the green, the blue. Just the little splodges that are dotted all the way around this stadium for the brave souls who have remained. Some made a hasty retreat for some shelter, and there aren't many places that has got shelter inside this stadium here in Philadelphia. 6 minutes to go to half-time. France are leading by 1-0. Koundé at right back strokes it, but it's a gentle pace, and that this is how much they're in control, even though the margin is only the one goal. This is Upamecano now to Rabiot. Upamecano over the halfway line, lay off by Elise. Kone looked to Koundé, who was ahead of him. Then they lose the ball midway through the Iraq half. Bayesh brings it away, runs up towards the halfway line. Rabiot made the challenge and caught Bayesh. Referee says play on. Elise runs straight into Ismail, who wins the ball back for Iraq, and then they give it away. And then Mbappe has gone for an outrageous effort, just outside the centre circle. What vision! Because he saw that Ahmed Basel was off his line, he hit it instinctively right-footed, and it was just off target.
You know, the tackle before, they were looking for a free kick. Actually, Rabiot got the ball nice and clean. But it's the angle that comes to Mbappe there. He's facing away from goal. It comes to him, it's on the half volley. How on earth does he know what's 50 yards behind him? That would have been an absolute genius piece of play had it gone in. And you're really disappointed for him that it didn't, because it would have been a very, very memorable moment.
The rain is falling with even greater intensity, as all in orange. Basel, shining like a beacon down below, clears it away. I remember Chris Waddle scoring an absolute belter from not far from the halfway line at Goodison Park for Bradford City against Everton. But that would have been undoubtedly one of the goals that could have ended the conversation.
Do you know, they're really interesting, but we've seen long ones. I mean, Kenny McLean scoring for Scotland against Denmark.
Yeah.
But why this was special was because he was facing away from the goal when it came to him. And because of that, you think, well, he can't see what's behind him. Yes, he can. Swiveled on the half volley and just got slightly too much on it. It was on target, as in between the posts, sadly, over the bar.
Torrential rain sweeping in here in Philadelphia. France are leading by a goal to nil. Mbappe, what a turn that was by Mbappe! And then a last-ditch tackle, just as he was about to pull back the right foot and dink it in. Challenge comes in and stops him. And he puts the hands on the back of his head, almost in frustration, because he could see that he was so close to that second goal after the wonderful turn.
I mean, it is absolutely fantastic. There's a great drag back, and then he's pulled it away from the defender, who, it has to be said, has made a great first tackle, and then an absolutely brilliant second. I think that was Hussein Ali there in the right back area. That was magnificent defending, because Mbappe was away there after his first beautiful piece of skill.
3 minutes to go to half-time. And in these worsening weather conditions, and bearing in mind that at the very start of the game I talked about the skyline of that of the skyscrapers to my left, I can hardly make them out now because the cloud is starting to sink that low. Can hardly make out the naval yard as well to the right-hand side, which is where there's coming from. And I've got experience of the storms in Orlando in England's warm-up games a couple of weeks ago, and I think we'll do well to avoid a storm here.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, I mean, it is a storm in some ways because of the amount of rain that's hammering down. It's not affecting the play because it's just coming down like a shower, as you described it perfectly. It is like standing in the shower, and there's lots of fans around just taking pictures of themselves in it. Because it's not cold or anything, it's fine. You will dry out eventually.
Ball goes back to Basel, the goalkeeper. Still 1-0 to France. BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds app. Bizarrely, the atmosphere has actually improved because the supporters are singing in the rain. I think they're wanting to make light of the situation that they are finding themselves in. With 2 minutes to go to the break, Kone again cuts the ball out towards Barcola. Barcola now plays it forward, and the layoff by Mbappe was slightly behind Dembele and allowed Hashim to bring it away. Iqbal does the nice little turn to keep the ball for Iraq. In passages of play, they've been good in possession.
That's the point I was making before. I'm actually really impressed. Now, that's not to be dismissive of them. They're an international team. They've managed to qualify for the World Cup. They have played a lot of games to get here. There are good technical players out there, but you think, come on, the gap between them and France would be gigantic, and in the final third it is. But when they're on the ball, they are really neat, really tidy, comfortable on it, willing to take players on and move very, very intelligently for each other. Really impressed with what they've done so far, and coming towards half-time 1-0 down, they kind of probably deserve to just be about that far down. They have not been outclassed the entire time.
Al Hamadi of Luton Town holds the ball up. Kone fouls him, gives away a free kick. Central position, 30 yards out from goal. I can now not even see the skyscrapers to my left. If it continues like this, I'll struggle to see the baseball stadium. It's about a stone's throw away from the end away towards our left-hand side. 1-0 to France, free kick to Iraq, 5 live.
It's not having a massive effect on the pitch, other than it zips across it much more quickly. Seen a couple of players slipping and sliding. Remember, the studs you want to be wearing will be different now than they were at the start of the game, so we shall see who manages in the second half.
You brought your multicoloured ponchos, but this must be the most expensive shower that these supporters have sat in, given the price of tickets to see this World Cup here in the rain. France leading by a goal to nil. Just wonder if long way out from goal as to whether they're going to have a pop at this. It's swung over, it's a deep one aimed towards Hashim from the back, cleared by Dean, and then running back is Ismail, who will retrieve it.
Again, impressed by the Iraqis. How many players did they put up for that? Everybody except one goes up there in the pitch to try and, when you get those little half chances, an opportunity to put the ball in the box, and you know, it might need a little bit of luck at deflection, something like that, but they want to make sure that they've got the personnel in there, and they're doing it quite a lot. Again, they're second best by a distance, but they're not really cowed by it, are they? They keep on playing their football.
That's Pat Nevin here with us on BBC Radio 5 Live. We're in stoppage time. There are 3 minutes, a minimum of 3, where France are only leading by a goal to nil. And whilst there is just that slender scoreline, they've got to get the 3 points to see them to qualify, to then set up that final match on Friday in Boston for that group decider against Norway. Norway, who are playing in New Jersey against Senegal. It's a 1 o'clock kickoff.
I'm sure I'm hearing thunder in the background. And lots and lots and lots of it. Unless that's drummers, it could be a drummer. That wasn't very funny. He's tried to make his drum sound like thunder. Got us watching.
I keep checking the app. We'll get the notifications, don't worry, when it's within 16 miles. Here is Ismail. Up it goes to Al Amadi with a cast on his right wrist. Runs over to that far side, the right. Kone goes with him. Plays the ball back inside. And then Barcola back with Elise helped out. Press comes from Iraq. Saliba on the swivel. Out to Dean, the left back, left corner of his own area to Maignan. And all in yellow, he passes the ball short to Upamecano.
Yeah, and again, they're not failing back right away, the Iraqi team. They're leaving one up top, 3 behind him, trying to stay in their own half. And that's why I don't think the French should play it forward too quickly, because that is almost what Iraq want them to do. If they play as they are doing now, the French team have learned this, play it calmly, go through the motions, go through the thirds, and get the ball in the final 18-yard, 20-yard sort of area of the pitch, and then they can start playing their tricks.
There will be no half-time analysis from inside the stadium, because we've been issued with a weather update that we have got to clear the stadium bowl due to lightning threats. Nobody pitch side or in outdoor spaces, only inside. So for the first time at this World Cup in 2026, the weather is going to have an impact inside the stadium, and there indeed is the half-time whistle, and the players will leave very, very quickly. And due to the lightning strikes, just to remind you of the protocol that is in place, because here comes the weather warning. Please exit the open seating area, seek shelter in the stadium as directed by staff, because it means that there is now thunder and lightning that has been detected within 8 miles, and therefore we now have to take shelter. So for the first time, there is a severe thunderstorm that is approaching here in Philadelphia. We are going to take shelter, and we will keep you updated as to when this match can resume. But half-time in Philadelphia, it is France who lead Iraq by a goal to nil. Kasser along.
Ian Dennis there and Pat Nevin at the Philadelphia Stadium, where there is, as you've just been hearing, a weather warning in place for the first time in this World Cup. We will, of course, keep you across the news of when they will be returning out to the second half of France against Iraq, and when we will have that second half from the Philadelphia Stadium. This, of course, one match, and then after this we will have Norway against Senegal in the early hours of the morning, about 1 a.m. Then Jordan against Algeria at 4 a.m. UK time as well. And then all the build up to tomorrow's huge match, England against Ghana. That will be at about 9 p.m. here on 5 Live. Loads to get through today as well. Both lots of action being, of course, happening in the World Cup, but also in the UK as well. Let's get a recap of today's news. And Keir Starmer has announced his resignation as Labour Party leader in his speech outside Number 10 this morning. Sir Keir said it had become clear his party didn't believe he could lead them into the next general election, and that he accepted that with good grace.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete. And I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
Now, nominations for the new Labour leader will be open for a week starting on the 9th of July. The former Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, has put himself forward. He's taken up a seat in Parliament after winning the Makerfield by-election and was sworn in as an MP earlier.
We now come to Andy Burnham, member for Makerfield.
Rome is saved.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God. Naughty boys.
Then a quick little reference there to Monty Python's Life of Brian as Andy Burnham was sworn in as an MP. Now, opposition leaders were quick to respond to the Prime Minister's announcement. Let's hear from Reform's Nigel Farage, the Lib Dems' Ed Davey, John Swinney from the SNP, and first Kemi Badenoch, the Conservative leader.
I'm not interested in providing a commentary on Labour Party internal matters. What I am interested in is making sure that urgent things like looking after our national security are dealt with right now. My job as leader of the opposition is to make sure that the country is being governed properly and holding the government to account. It's not about dealing with the personality contest between various Labour leaders.
Whoever becomes the Prime Minister will not have been voted for by the British public. And if the next Prime Minister is the new MP for Makerfield, Andy Burnham, he didn't even stand at the last election on any manifesto at all. And I really do think that my call for there to be a general election as soon as is possible, I think you'll find a lot of support for that.
Changing the person at the top won't deliver the change that people need. We need to change our broken political system, and if we do that, yes, we can rebuild our relationship with Europe and grow our economy and deal with the cost of living. Yes, we can reform social care so we can get our NHS better, and we can have electoral reform and put power back to communities. That would be real change. So let's reserve our judgment on Mr Burnham.
I think it demonstrates, as we go through another change of Prime Minister in the United Kingdom after so many changes in the last 10 years, that the Westminster system is just not working. And for Scotland, as we observe this constant change of Prime Minister, that the answer is for Scotland's future to be in Scotland's hands through the powers of independence.
And President Trump has also been reacting to the Prime Minister's resignation in the last few minutes.
I think he's a lovely man, but I said, you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill. It's one of the great fields in the world, and they haven't even found most. You know that the UK buys much of its energy. You know where? Norway. You know where they get their oil? The North Sea. The UK has a much better portion of the North Sea. They don't want to do it for environmental purposes, okay? And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you now. That was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems: energy and immigration and crime. But energy and immigration.
Yeah, two big problems there, according to President Trump, that led to Prime Minister's resignation. That was a quote in the last few minutes. It is 10:57 here on 5 Live. I've also been speaking to John Tong, who's a British and Irish politics professor at the University of Liverpool. Now, he says Keir Starmer's resignation was emotional but expected.
It was a very emotional farewell, but it was also an inevitable one. Power had effectively drained away from Keir Starmer at 3 a.m. In Makerfield last Friday morning when Andy Burnham was confirmed as the winner of that by-election. As soon as we knew Andy Burnham was going to Westminster, we knew effectively it was game over for Keir Starmer, because if there had been a leadership contest, there may still be one, but I very much doubt it. But if it had been a leadership contest between Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer, well, think about the electorate for that contest. It's Labour Party members, and every survey had shown that Andy Burnham was way ahead of Keir Starmer. So there was nowhere to go for Keir Starmer. He'd run out of road. And fairly or unfairly, you know, his net dissatisfaction ratings at -48 were the worst in British prime ministerial history. And the reason that Andy Burnham is about to become the next Labour Prime Minister is not because of policy differences between Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer. There was a survey done at the weekend that shows that 80% of voters know nothing or very little about Andy Burnham's policies. Many Labour MPs wouldn't know the difference in policy terms between the two of them. It's because a lot of Labour MPs fear electoral annihilation and the loss of their jobs in a general election. Andy Burnham has given them hope that their seats may be savable at the next general election. That's the reason we're getting this change.
Earlier, I also spoke to our political correspondent, Jack Fenwick, who told me about the process of selecting a new leader.
It now feels very, very, very likely that Andy Burnham will become Prime Minister at some point, probably over the next few weeks. It could happen as early as the 16th or 17th of July if there is no official contest. Now, there are some people within the Labour Party not happy at the idea of not having a contest. Some of those loyal to Sir Keir Starmer have thought over the last few weeks that perhaps Andy Burnham hasn't really managed to stand up to some of the scrutiny in place. There was an interview with BBC Newsnight in which he couldn't name some of the government's economic fiscal rules, which he has said that he wants to stick by. He was asked what they were. He said that he didn't want to get into those details during that interview. So there has been some talk that perhaps Starmer's allies could put up a candidate to try and test Andy Burnham. The Prime Minister's Chief Secretary, Darren Jones, has been one person talked up. The BBC understands that he is not ruling that out, but at the end of this very, very busy day, it seems all but certain that the UK is about to get Prime Minister Andy Burnham.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Jack. Just let's run through then. Obviously, you mentioned Darren Jones there has been urged to run by some Labour MPs. If there is a race here, what could the potential timelines be? And if not, then what does that mean for Andy Burnham?
Yeah, so nominations to be Labour leader and therefore Prime Minister open on the 9th of July. They close on the 16th of July. Anyone wishing to stand would need the support of 81 Labour MPs. Now, it may be that Darren Jones or somebody else in that sort of wing of the party, supporters of Sir Keir Starmer, can get those numbers. It doesn't look like anybody else other than Andy Burnham will be able to. He'll comfortably have those numbers. When he arrived in Parliament today, there were around 200 MPs in a photo taken behind him. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're backing him, but it's probably quite a good indicator. So if there is no contest, then Andy Burnham could become Prime Minister straight away. Now, there appears to be a bit of a split within his team about whether they want that to happen. One person I spoke to, who's been doing some work on policy for Andy Burnham, acknowledged that they're not ready. They were a bit worried about the prospect of him being the Prime Minister in a few weeks' time. If there is a contest, then in theory that could run on into early September. It would be Labour members who then got to decide which of the contenders became leader and became Prime Minister. But as I say, that is looking less likely as the hours go by.
That was Jack Fenwick, our political correspondent, who was telling me about the process of selecting a new leader now that Sir Keir Starmer has made the announcement that he will step down as Prime Minister. Just to give you a quick update on what is happening in the World Cup, there has been a FIFA update now from the Philadelphia Stadium. The match between France and Iraq has entered severe weather mode due to lightning activity that is approaching the stadium. We were hearing from Pat and Ian earlier talking about the heaviness of the rain. The players were rushing off, and I can just see some billboards now on the stadium saying a severe thunderstorm is approaching. Please exit the open seating area and seek shelter. A severe thunderstorm is approaching, and what this means is that there may be a chance that the second half will not get underway on time. That is if there is lightning forecast in the proximity of about 8 miles to the stadium. Of course, this is all about keeping people safe, keeping everybody safe, and of course we will keep you up to date. And if that is the case, then there will be a 30-minute delay from the last strike of lightning as well. So that is the situation when it comes to the World Cup in Group I between France and Iraq. The score at halftime is 1-0. Kylian Mbappe scoring yet another goal, his 15th in total for a World Cup. Well, his record is 15 now, just a few behind Lionel Messi, who became the all-time top scorer in World Cups earlier this evening. Kylian Mbappe scoring that on his 100th appearance for France as well, the 27-year-old. What an incredible achievement by the French striker. We will come back to you with that second World Cup match, the second half of that World Cup match, as soon as we can. But meanwhile, there's been plenty of other weather stories going around, from the rain in Philadelphia to the extreme red heat warning that has been issued by the Met Office, as temperatures are forecast to rise as high as 40 degrees C later this week. The warning covers parts of the Midlands, South East Wales and Southern England, and it runs from 9 on Wednesday morning to 9 on Thursday night. Dr. Ella Gilbert is a climate climate scientist at the British Antarctic Survey, and I spoke to her earlier.
A red extreme heat warning is extremely unusual. The first time we had one was in 2022 in July, where we saw record-breaking 40 degrees Celsius temperatures, and this is only the second time it's ever been used. It means there's a danger to life associated with this weather event. It also means that there's a risk to infrastructure, to things like railways, to electricity transmissions, and it means that everybody is at risk of being affected by this weather.
By everybody, do you mean not just those who are potentially in vulnerable categories, such as when those amber warnings come out, for example?
That's exactly it. And not to be confused with the UK's Health Security Agency warnings, which are about the heat health warnings. The actual Met Office warnings are slightly rarer, or much rarer, in fact. And this just means that, people who are not ordinarily in that vulnerable category are also at risk of feeling the effects. And that means literally everyone in society.
How is this going to also affect our infrastructure, such as trains?
Well, I don't know if you've ever been on a train in the heat, and when things just don't work, the lines go down, you get speed restrictions, you get cancellations, and that has knock-on effects all over the place. It's the same with electricity transmission and power. You get power outages at certain high temperatures. Of course, it can affect your water system, and also all of these can kind of interact. So if you lose power, for instance, you can lose the ability to pump water around, and all of those things compound, and it can be really quite disruptive.
Yeah. And why is it that we've got this red warning right now?
So at the moment we're seeing it's been increasingly called a heat dome, but it's essentially just high pressure sitting over Western and Central Europe, and that's piling hot air on top of itself and basically sticking it where it is, so it's not able to move anywhere. And that means we're getting concentration of this hot air that's trapped in the same place, and it's building and building and building. And we've also got a lot of humidity, which is partly why we're seeing such oppressive temperatures and why the heat is actually likely to be more dangerous, because it's this combination of heat and humidity that makes it not only uncomfortable but also quite dangerous, particularly for the most vulnerable, but actually for all of us. And that includes having these what we call tropical nights, which is where temperatures don't drop below 20 degrees Celsius overnight. And if that happens, then your body is less able to kind of recover from the heat stress of the day, and it makes it uncomfortable but also much more risky, especially for those who are most at risk. And this is a situation that is, partly to do with just the natural fluctuations of weather, but climate change is making these sorts of events happen more often. It's making them hotter when they do occur, and it's making them last longer.
Yeah, temperatures are starting to creep over 40 degrees Celsius. Are we likely to see more of these red warnings then in the future, you think?
I would imagine yes. Unfortunately, last year the Met Office did a piece of work that was looking at how often 40 degrees is likely to happen. And they said last year there's a 50-50 chance it will happen again in the next 12 years. That was just last year. And we now know that we're 20 times more likely to see a 40-degree day now than we were in the 1960s. So this is changing very quickly, the likelihood of these events happening, and that's only going to increase as we continue to burn fossil fuels and change our planet and our climate dramatically.
That's Dr. Ella Gilbert, a climate scientist at the British Antarctic Survey, who I was speaking to a little bit earlier about this rare red extreme heat warning that's been issued by the Met Office, as temperatures are forecast to rise as high as 40 degrees Celsius later this week. It is 8 minutes past 11 here on 5 Live. This is Kasser Alom with you. If you were tuning in to see if you could listen to the second half of France against Iraq from the Philadelphia Stadium in the World Cup, just a little bit of news that's being reported on the BBC News website that the media inside the ground have been informed that there will be an extra 15-minute delay to the start of the second half due to the weather. That is on top of the 15 minutes at half-time as well. That is because of the severe thunderstorm that is approaching the Philadelphia Stadium. The people in the open seating area of the stadium have been told to seek shelter, seek closed shelter. And at half-time, when the score was 1-0 to France, with Kylian Mbappe scoring the only goal of the game so far, the players rushed off down the tunnel to also seek a bit of shelter. I will, of course, keep you up to date with when players are due to come back out for the second half. That is, of course, the second match here on 5 Live this evening. And, of course, going into the early hours of the morning as well, we will have Norway against Senegal for you from 1 a.m. as well. But still, loads to talk about here on 5 Live. Unsurprisingly, by the way, the front pages are absolutely dominated by today's big political news. So let's take a look at some of them with James Mathewson, former Labour spokesperson, writer and commentator, as well as author and political commentator Emma Wolfe. Hello, evening to you both. I'm sure it's been a very busy day for the pair of you as well. How about you? How are you, James?
Yeah, good. Recovering. Looking forward to hopefully things being a little quieter tomorrow, but it never happens.
I very much doubt it's going to be quieter tomorrow. How are you, Emma?
Exactly.
I think Emma's fallen asleep already. So we don't have Emma for the moment. But let's just run through some of those headlines then, shall we? James, I mean, to start with, I mean, The Guardian, for example, goes with Starmer bows out as Burnham swoops in. Also, and the Daily Mail, as tearful Starmer departs, his assassin arrives in Westminster in scenes of near hysteria. But in male readers' polls, 89% say he's Messiah without a mandate. That's the Daily Mail front page. Tomorrow's Daily Telegraph, Burnham set for coronation. King of the North expected to become PM within weeks after Starmer resigns. Sir Keir accepts with good grace, calls to step down after 23 months in office. And, of course, let's just go to the Eye very quickly. Prime Minister in 3 weeks. Burnham arrives for coronation, and it's the picture of him with many, many, many MPs. I can't even count how many, but some estimates were there were around 200 or so in that selfie that he took hours after arriving in Westminster, as he was due to be sworn in as the newest MP in the Houses of Parliament. Evening, Emma. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. Yes, as you were saying to James, what a day. My day started about 4 or 5 a.m. and it hasn't stopped, has it really?
We could probably talk till 4 or 5 a.m. about all of this as well. However, we don't have that much time, but we do have enough time to, first of all, get both of your reactions to the news. And James, I'm just going to come to you first of all. You know, as a former Labour spokesperson, how do you think this day has gone? Has it actually improved Labour's image in the eyes of the public for you?
I think it's certainly done the job of separating what is to come from Keir Starmer. I mean, you don't have a more dramatic kind of scene, do you, than this guy, this figure, this king in the north whose northern identity is so crucial to what he is, literally getting stopped as he gets off the train, you know, as he comes into Euston from Manchester. You know, getting stopped by hundreds of cameras. I think there was 2 helicopters out at one point following his car, you know, the vehicle that he was in on his way to the Commons just be sworn in as an MP. It felt like a royal event. So, you know, it's hard for people not to see that and think, wow, okay, this means something. You know, people are attracted to the fact that other people are. And that selfie that you referenced between Burnham and the majority, I would say, of the Parliamentary Labour Party who look like they were in it, is one that I think will probably go into the history books.
What are your thoughts, Emma, on it?
Yeah, I mean, James is absolutely right. It does separate out. And there was a stark contrast, wasn't there, between, if you look at the front page of The Observer, it says Starmer bows out, and you have this sad, heartbroken kind of figure standing outside Number 10, finishing off his resignation speech. And at the end of that speech, his voice was cracking. He was talking about his wife, how she's been a rock to him and his children, the beautiful children, the pride and joy of his life. All of that, we had that at about 9 o'clock. Suddenly, you know, everyone's reacting to Starmer finally resigning at the lectern outside Number 10. Suddenly, we've got helicopters chasing, and by the way, they were chasing the train. They were literally tracking the train as it made its way south to Euston Station. So that you have this drama. You have Andy Burnham, who boards the train in a black T-shirt and black jeans, his signature kind of Parisian look. And then he gets off the train in Euston. It's a little bit late, so apparently he can claim back for his 20 minutes on Avanti West Coast or whatever it is. And he gets off and he's wearing a white shirt and a suit. He sort of looks like Starmer 2.0. So he must have changed in the train lavatories. Suddenly he's absolutely mobbed. He's arrived, forget Makerfield. They'll never see him again. He arrives and he's at Westminster and he hasn't even been sworn in as MP. And then he has his selfie with about 200 MPs. And we still don't even know what he stands for. So it's basically the front page of the Telegraph, Burnham set for coronation. A lot of people though, Casa, are asking, well, firstly, what does he stand for? And secondly, is this right to have a coronation of a man who has barely been an MP for a few hours? And actually was not an MP at the general election in 2024. So that mandate is not funny, his.
I think, as you're saying there, Emma, actually, what's quite funny is just the image of, you're on a train, from Manchester to Euston, maybe commuting for something or going into London for a meeting. And here's the future Prime Minister coming out of the toilets, straightening up his tie because he's just got changed into his suit. So it is certainly a remarkable day, if nothing else.
Lord Ali got on at Milton Keynes with a suspicious suitcase full of clothes. No, I shouldn't say that.
I'm very glad for the train company that it was on time. And I've been on that train, there is sometimes a track record of it not being on time. However, certainly in that case, it was certainly a good time for it to be on time. But this whole point, being a bit more serious now, the whole point about a coronation is something that is raising a few eyebrows, because without having an actual leadership contest here, is that exactly what the people have voted for? Because they voted for Keir Starmer. It was a record, it was a landslide victory that Keir Starmer won on a specific mandate. And 2 years later, it is someone completely new. Andy Burnham, no, potentially anyway. He said he's put himself forward, but we'll find out if anybody else comes in to contest that in a leadership race next month. It smacks a bit of Boris Johnson, doesn't it, when he became Prime Minister?
Well, yeah, it smacks a bit of a coup, actually. I mean, because he became specifically, someone stood aside for him to become an MP in order to challenge the Prime Minister. It really is not the way that we do things. It's not the way that democracy works.
Is that fair to say, James?
Because he wasn't an MP at the time of this government being elected.
Yeah, but it's democratically. If someone steps down, then there is the opportunity for another person to be democratically elected as a member of Parliament, as Andy Burnham has in this case, and now he has said he is going to put his hat in the ring to become the next leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister. It's as simple as that. That's democratically fair, isn't it, James?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly allowed and it's possible and it's happened. But there's two things, isn't there? There's whether it's allowed, which it is, and there's whether it carries well with the public and whether they accept it. Because if they don't, and if they don't think it's going to be that easily accepted or people aren't going to swallow it in the way they hope they will, then they'll need to do something about that and address it. They either need to have a very strong line on it that they stick to from day one, or he will seek to go at the country for a general election. Now, look, I hate to be the one who's constantly banging the drum about Scotland and Wales and other devolved areas, but being up in Edinburgh here, I'll tell you now, they're in no fit state to go for a general election because we talk about, yes, the Makerfield test, and yes, Burnham could probably turn reform on their backside in England, but up here where they're still up against the SNP, who are doing relatively well, and they're still up against Plaid in Wales, then I don't see any appetite for that happening there on the ground, and their activists aren't ready for it either. So I think that would be a mistake as well. But obviously, I mean, the way this is carried across the papers tells you everything you need to know. They're already setting up their stalls, in their different directions. The Mirror sounds fairly jubilant about Burnham. The Daily Mail saying it's a left-wing coup. Which is, I mean, come on, we do have to get back to reality here. Yes, of course, people might not like the process, but to have a banner across your front page saying Burnham's left-wing coup, in the context of democracy being completely thrown aside, it's hyperbolic at best and kind of inflammatory at worst.
Let's look at
the problem, Tassa, just to jump in on what James said, the problem is, of course, that we have the receipts. In this social media day and age, we have all the tweets from prominent Labour figures who back in 2022, we've got Angela Rayner's tweets, we've got David Lammy's tweets, we've got Streeting, we've got Andy Burnham himself saying, this is undemocratic, general election now.
Problem is, though, Emma, you've also got the Tories who were fine with that and pushing against it, who now can't turn back around and say, "Oh, it's a problem now." So they're all banged to rights, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Looking forward, then, what is it that whoever the next Prime Minister is, and for many people it is going to be Andy Burnham, what is it that they are going to need to do in order to be successful where Sir Keir Starmer was not? Emma, you can go on this one first.
I think they're going to need to get a grip, and I don't say which way, but get a grip on immigration. Convince the country, take the fight to reform on that one, because that's where reform has been.
Isn't immigration
really,
down,
really
though?
Just getting control of the borders, stopping the visual, the optics of, small boats coming ashore, making people feel that it's a fair deal that they're getting, that there aren't, people just arriving in this. And I'm putting all of this in quotes. This is not what I think. But the general sense that many reform voters, because that is the main opposition at the moment, reform voters constantly express on the doorstep is, people just arriving in this country, and then they're going to have to get control of the benefits bill, the welfare bill, the ballooning welfare bill, which is huge, and they're going to have to do something about defence and about that defence investment plan that led to John Healey resigning, and about the defence of our realm and that security.
Defence is quite an interesting issue. I'll come on to that in a moment. But just on that point about immigration that you're making and reform, I did find it very interesting in the Makerfield by-election that one of the tactics that Andy Burnham used was just effectively not to give reform any special attention. He didn't go out of his way to put them down or anything like that. It was more about him and aspirations for the place and what it used to be like and what he can do for them, rather than focus on what reform is trying to take or what reform won't give them. Is that the way to go forward with tackling Nigel Farage and reform if he was to become the Prime Minister, James?
Yeah, I think so. I think what you've got to do is believe in yourself. Right, that's the crucial thing here. What people have seen from Keir Starmer is a lack of self-belief, a lack of direction, a lack of vision. Andy Burnham could run on a pro-immigration platform and still win. I firmly believe that. I don't believe it's the issue itself. As you say, immigration's never been lower. It's down to where it is now. It's never been lower. And
I wouldn't say it's never been lower.
Well, it's not that it's never been low. I mean, in the recent years where immigration's been all anyone's talked about, it's down to where it is now. And the Reform Party will still continue to talk about it forever and a day because they always will need to. They know that's what they have to talk about. Burnham could stand up and make a speech that actually represents his values and tells everyone what he believes in, when it comes to it and what he wants to see. If he's clear from day one and if he actually believes in it and people believe he believes in it, then I think he would be able to move forward with virtually any policy platform. I'm not talking about it being
James, what do you put Reform's popularity? Let's put aside the local by-election where they didn't cover themselves in glory at all in Makerfield, and let's see. I don't think they're going to do great in the Greater Manchester mayoral election. But to what do you put their popularity down to?
A complete dissatisfaction with the political establishment, same as Donald Trump.
What are then the policies and what is the mandate of Andy Burnham? You're talking about he can put down his own ideas, his strategy, what his vision for the future, James. You're talking about it. I'm curious to know what that is and how that is different to that of Sir Keir Starmer right now and Rachel Reeves and the current government that is going to be on the way out.
I haven't got a clue.
Isn't that part of the problem?
That is part of the problem. Nobody knows yet, and it's making me very nervous. I've got a lot of people, a lot of friends who want to get behind him, who are very excited, at the chance of just feeling hopeful about somebody progressive for once in politics. I've not felt like that since the Corbyn days, and let's be honest, Burnham's 1,000,001 times the communicator that Corbyn was. So, really wanting to get behind him, but being reserved as people like me are right now because we're not quite sure. This is a man who's reinvented himself many times. He's a shapeshifter. I think that can be an asset in politics. We all have to change. We all have to reinvent ourselves throughout our lives. But is he also going to do that in an opportunistic fashion as Keir Starmer did? What needs to happen is there needs to be a vision. We need to know, and everybody needs to know in the country, if Andy Burnham had his way tomorrow, what would the country look like under him? With no barriers to anything stopping him. So the reality is he's got to set that out. And the second he does that, he will lose some support inevitably from somewhere because people right now are just excited at the prospect of having someone to believe in. He will lose some support, but he needs to be clear and he needs to actually believe in what he is selling. Otherwise, people will sniff out the inauthenticity of it immediately.
He does, but he will still inherit. I mean, obviously, he's going to shuffle the decks a bit and move the deck chairs around, but he will still inherit the same team pretty much. Different Chancellor, different Home Secretary, perhaps. All of that, he'll move that around. He'll still inherit the Starmer team. So is there the talent there? Is there the vision there? He is a much clearer and more enthusiastic communicator, so much more of a people person, clearly, than Starmer. When you think about how Starmer, from day one, has failed to connect, it really is that. I don't even think it's about vision and the disastrous policies and the U-turns and actually the lies and the broken manifesto pledges. I think it's looking at Starmer and looking at him today and how he kind of, that front page of the Observer, Starmer bows out, and that sad, lonely figure outside number 10. He never went and chatted to his MPs. One time he turned up in the, to try and whip up support in the tea rooms, and no one spoke to him. People aren't even taking his calls. Of course, they're all popping out of the woodwork now and saying what a great man he was. But he was never a people person, and he never worked the tea rooms. He never hung out with other MPs. But I think we need to know from Burnham, what does he think about net zero? What's he going to do about the economy? What about immigration, as I've said? What is he going to do about welfare? And what is he going to do about defence? Surely those are the 5 key areas.
Those are the 5 key areas with respect from the Conservative side of politics and what he wants to do. There's other things, other pressing issues that some people might roll their eyes at. But, there are a hell of a lot of people in the Labour movement want to know what his stance on Gaza is, what his stance is on the actions of Israel, myself included. So he's going to have to clear up things like that at the same time as appealing to those important policy areas that you outlined there, Emma.
Yeah.
Just taking a step away from Andy Burnham for the moment. Whoever the next Prime Minister is, it will be a 7th leader of the UK in a decade. And a lot of that, of course, a decade ago stems from Brexit, but also in those 10 years there have been a lot of issues that we won't have been able to foresee, such as COVID, such as at least 2 wars. Yes, but what does this say about the state of politics in the UK, that any time that there is the slightest of issues, whoever is leading, rather than give them time, there is those calls for their head? And in some people's situations, it could be 46 days, or others it could be 100, 200 days.
Yeah, I mean, in a funny way, there's too much WhatsApp. There's too much chatting and plotting and backstabbing. It's become too easy for people to form allies. I was just reflecting on this, Casa. My son is 5 years old, and I think he was extremely excited about the Starmer resignation, and he was asking me about Burnham and what was Burnham like and all of this. I think my 5-year-old has seen about 5 different prime ministers since 2020. It's insane. The instability of it all, and also the constant churn of ministers. I almost think this is worse. When you get someone in and then you replace them, you have a reshuffle for the optics or whatever, and then you have a reshuffle, and the person who's been at the health secretary, for example, and one would hope is really getting on top of their brief and is really, getting to grips with the department, suddenly you have a new one. Or home secretary. I mean, these are big, big jobs. What training will the new chancellor have had, for example, if it's, say, Ed Miliband or whoever? They've got a lot of experience, of course. But I don't know, when you just keep moving cabinet ministers around like that, I almost think that's more, well, it's very, very destabilising.
Final thought from you on this, James?
Yeah, I mean, really, I think he has to start fresh. I mean, this is lucky number 7, hopefully. But you're right, it's exhausting, isn't it? And I think people yearn for a politics that's normal again. Whatever normal looks like now. I think it's the same in America with the Trump years. All these figures are very exciting, all these populists and all the rest of it when it comes out of it. But at the end of the day, politics is boring. I don't have many friends in politics, and that's not because of, that's not because I'm not a nice guy. It's because most people in politics are boring. I don't want to be friends with them.
And
I think
it's
most
not
people
boring. It's literally addictive.
Come on, Emma.
Are you
most
not
of
a
people
politics and news junkie? It is the best thing.
Most people in Westminster politics, in circles, especially in the Labour Party, I speak from experience, can be very boring. So I think sometimes a return back to that and a return back to sensible politics, that would be nice, I think, for most people.
Okay, well, James, thank you very much. Emma, appreciate your time as well. That's James Mathewson and Emma Wolfe. Just commenting on tomorrow's papers, many of which, of course, are going to be dominated by today's huge, big political news about Keir Starmer announcing his resignation as Labour Party leader outside number 10 this morning. So if you are listening, this is 5 Live. It's 11:30. Casa Alom with you. If you were tuning in looking for the second half of France against Iraq, there has been a delay. The match has been suspended due to adverse weather conditions. Kylian Mbappe scored a fantastic goal on his 100th appearance for France to give the French the lead against Iraq. Of course, Erling Haaland, another one of those star strikers, really has turned up this tournament so far. He will be in action for Norway against Senegal. That should be on 5 Live at about 1 a.m. But taking you through the rest of the match, and we can head now back over to the States and join Steve Crossman. And I'm just looking at the pictures of the Philadelphia Stadium, Steve. It seems a little bit brighter, and it seems like all those spectators who were being frantically told to seek shelter and get out of the open seating are slowly starting to crawl out and take their seats again.
Yeah, all I would say is bear in mind the game that you just mentioned later, Norway-Senegal, which is here in New Jersey. The storm that has been up and down the East Coast, which has hit Philadelphia, is also due to come here. So even when we're out of the woods, we may not be out of the woods. That is what the next few hours are going to be. Casa, thank you very much. We'll obviously be back with Casa Alam a little bit later. So I'm now in Manhattan. We sort of decided to leave the centre of New York and get over the other side of the water because of the fact that the storm is starting to gather and grow. So hopefully when it comes to Norway-Senegal a little bit later, we'll be able to bring that to you in full. That's at 1 a.m. More importantly for now, let's see if we can work out when we might get back underway in the game between France and Iraq in Philadelphia. Ian Dennis, are you back in your seat?
No, we're not, Steve. We're currently in the... we were told to evacuate our position. There is a small canopy cover, and the rain was actually coming towards us, and we were advised to leave our position. So the tarpaulin sheets were brought back over our broadcast equipment. Everybody has left, like the supporters in that stand as well, taking shelter. We had to walk through the concourse, which was extremely congested. Obviously, the beverage stands are doing a roaring trade at this stage as well. Witnessed many a hot dog and beer being eaten and drunk on my way through. So we've now taken refuge in the media centre, and then what you've got now is a little bit like how we're broadcasting. You've got other people who are doing broadcasts as well. There are pieces to camera for the various television stations around the world, just basically talking. What has also happened, we've been told that it was going to be at least half an hour delay. We were due to have another update We'll do another update in 3 minutes, but what has happened since I've started talking to you is that the TV screens have changed. So from being please take shelter, severe weather warning, it's now saying weather delay, match will restart as soon as possible. And I know that Fox here in the United States are reporting that the match will get, or are looking to get underway at 7 o'clock. But they need to make sure that the lightning activity has fully moved away. So safety is paramount at this point.
Yeah. Ever seen anything like this before?
Yeah, in Orlando just 2 weeks ago with England in the warm-up game. So because the pitch in Orlando was it was half underwater, and we looked like we were going to have a delay, and the stadium was evacuated. And so, yes, I've had recent experience of it. And in fact, whilst you were travelling back to your hotel from the New Jersey Stadium, I was actually saying about exactly that I've seen how quickly the weather can close in and change.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what happened.
Yeah, Pat, it's obviously a shame that they can't get back underway, but as Ian was just saying, it's not exactly the most important thing. Just got to make sure everything's all right and everybody's safe.
Yeah, the fans, but definitely not just the fans, but the players as well. You feel when you're out on a pitch like that, and that's not just professional footballers, that's anybody who's out, playing golf, playing football, whatever, when there's that crackling feeling in the air, it's kind of a bit spooky. And you do you can't take a chance at all. So yeah, you come off, you accept it. You're talking about the fact that have we ever seen any of this before? Well, of course, last year the kind of little rehearsal for this in the Club World Cup that had a 4-hour delay. Julian's here.
Yeah.
He was that was the PSG Chelsea? That was the semi-final, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Chelsea game in Orlando, wasn't it? I think had a long delay too.
Yeah, it did.
But here's the weird bit. We are thinking half an hour, 45 minutes delay. They were talking 4 hours that time. They won't cancel it until tomorrow. They'll just wait until it happens,
It's funny though, Steve. I know you'll ask Jules probably. Well, two things. If you ask Jules about the first half performance, by the time he finishes talking, I think the game will be ready to restart. But because producer Chris said to me, this feels a little bit like TMS. Filling time. And indeed, actually, I remember another warm-up game with England against Honduras in Miami. There was a 40-minute delay in a goalless draw where England played Honduras. That one's just come to me now. But if you do need, Steve, another time to ask questions just to fill time, ask Pat, and this would be relevant to anybody who's listening who supports Iraq, ask Pat about his story to Iraq with Chelsea and Ken Bates in the mid-80s. Because that will also help. That will also help fill time. If only we had some cake to eat at the same time.
Which edit do you want? Do you want the middle or the short? I'll give you the short, right? We played against Iraq. Chelsea against Iraq. I know, how mad is that? And it was a weird game, and it was delayed, just like this game, for 45 minutes before the start. And we were all out on the pitch, and we were waiting. And it was boiling hot. It wasn't for rain we were delayed. We were delayed because the guest of honour hadn't turned up. And then he turned up. And you know who it was, don't you? Mr. S. Hussein. It was Saddam. We all had to wait for Saddam Hussein to actually turn up at the ground before we could start the game. And the game was run. You can actually see it. It's on YouTube, very grainy. And the headlines the next day were, that we get beat 2-1. The game actually finished 1-1, but all the headlines in the paper it was like, what is going on? Honestly, the madness of it was extreme. And of course, Udi Hussein was the manager of the Iraqi team back then. I didn't go and say hello to him, but yeah, we did have to shake Saddam Hussein's hand before and after the game. And by the way, it was a draw, right? And we go upstairs, to say thank you very much, and there was a big crowd. And because it was a draw, we got a wee trophy, which was about the size of a beer can. They went up, and their trophy was bigger than me, which is only slightly bigger than a beer can, I have to say. So, wild memories of playing against the Iraqi national side, but also wonderful to go and visit Baghdad before it was so extraordinarily bombed by just quite so many people.
Incidentally,
Jules,
as well, Steve,
Ian.
there's no change. We've had another update. No change for the moment. The next update will come in the next 10 minutes. So any talk of now starting at 7 o'clock, I would suggest is going to be unlikely, because you've got to get the supporters back to their seats, and you've also got to factor in about the players having another 15 minutes to warm back up again.
Yeah, and so that'll be midnight UK for those listening, and it looks like, as Ian was saying, we're going to go beyond that. Jules, did you do the France game in Ukraine when there was an absolute deluge?
I was there.
It was at the Donbass, wasn't it?
Yeah, at the Donbass, exactly. Yeah, against Ukraine, where the referee stopped the game after 5 minutes. I mean, I don't even know why they played 5 minutes, because the ball would not even roll on the pitch. There was so much water. The water was even in the stands. Like you had, I don't know, centimeters of water. It was unreal. I'd never seen anything like that. And then we had an hour interruption before they played the game in itself, really, and in poor conditions. I think France won 2-0. I think Jeremy Menez might have scored and Yohan Cabaye maybe. But yeah, it was incredible to be there and see, because I'd never seen so much rain in my whole life. But it was also poor conditions to be playing football. They should have moved the game to the next day or something.
We actually had one. I know we've got a wee bit of a delay here, but I remember, was it 2024 and Scotland playing against Georgia at Hampden Park, and there was a 100-minute delay in that game, and that was quite a fill, to tell you. And one of the wonderful thing that sticks with me about that game, because obviously you've got a lot of time to fill, you don't know when it's going to start. The Georgians wanted to go and play it the next day. There was all sorts of traumas about it, because we wanted to play. Obviously Scotland wanted to carry on and play because we wanted the fans in. It was an important game. But the best thing about it is that the whole stadium, the whole pitch had turned into a river. And it was Roddy Forsyth that told us that it actually is a river. There's a river that runs underneath Hampden Park. And nobody but Roddy Forsyth knew that. Thank goodness we had Roddy Forsyth on call that day.
Obvious question here, Pat, but what will the players be doing now, do you think? What's this like for them?
The backstroke. No, they won't. They'll be... I couldn't resist, I'm sorry. No, you can't get too... just limbering, I think is the word. You limber up, you keep your muscles as soft as possible, but you don't do any hard work. And remember, it's still quite sticky around here. They'll be in, and that's another thing, you go into air conditions downstairs, so there's the danger of getting cold after this. You will have to do a warm-up again. There is a danger of injury and that, but that's what being a professional is all about. You have to make sure that you can cope with it, you're ready for it. If there was some very old players, we know we've got quite a few old players in this tournament, over 40s, etc. Much harder for them, because the muscles do stiffen up that much more. But the kind of younger ones, I don't know if it have that much massive effect on them. But you know, what do you do for the first half an hour? Fine, you can stretch, you can limber up, you can do little jogs and shakes and things like that. After an hour, I think they're getting the computer games out when you stop getting bored. Because you have no idea how long it's going to last.
The dressing rooms are massive here, so you've got bikes if to keep your legs going. They play two touches, for example, for people who listen to us and know what two touches is. Just the ball in the air, and you're only allowed to do two touches, not one, not three or four. It's just like, and you pass the ball to the guy next to you, etc. And if you drop it, you're out. But because those maybe when Pat was playing. In all the stadiums, then I mean this one is huge, especially for the NFL where we are now. But maybe the dressing room didn't allow you to do that. In here, they've got all sorts to be occupied. A bit like if they were an hour before kickoff, before they come out, they already play a bit with the ball in their socks, just doing PRPs and things like that. There's all the physio that could also do, massages and things like that. So I don't think they would feel like the time is too long if it's, again, the time that they've been saying. If it starts to get over a 45 minutes delay, then it probably start feeling long.
The other thing now, next update, Steve, from FIFA is, again, no change to the situation. The next update will be issued in 20 minutes. So we've gone from a 10-minute update in terms of a wait to 20 minutes. So it's certainly going to take us past 7 o'clock. You'd be the earliest I could see now is 7:15. I think you're going to have to look at it in 15-minute blocks.
I mean, we could end up in a stage where that Kylian Mbappe goal doesn't even count and he goes back to one more behind Lionel Messi at this rate, because we're seeing all the weather pictures in front of us as well. So we've got like sort of the weather satellites out on the television, and it's just showing the weather coming from Philadelphia all the way over to where we are now in New Jersey as well. So I feel like there's certainly a possibility there's going to be a knock-on effect for the game later this evening as well at the MetLife, which is Norway versus Senegal, which is obviously another one of our commentaries. I mean, we'll focus on this one for now, but it's just worth, if you were thinking of staying up for that one, you might be waiting just a little bit longer, I think, at the end of the day, but we'll find out. Jules, how active will Didier Deschamps be down there now, do you think?
That's a good question. He's not really the most active at half-time. I mean, remember the last World Cup final at half-time, it's more Mbappe who talked than Deschamps himself, but he will have a few words. If I was Deschamps, I'd be fuming after what I saw in this first half. And to be fair, I've calmed down a lot now since this break, because we had to, it took us a long time to go down from the press box and the commentary position to here, the media lounge, if you want. But I thought that was pathetic for France. Bar the first 10 minutes and the Kylian goal. After that, they played just to keep the ball. No urgency, no intensity, no energy. They didn't have another shot on target, but apart from the goal, all the other shots that they had, the other 6 that were off target, were all outside of the box. I mean, what's going on here? I don't understand. I know we said that goal difference doesn't count straight away for if you finish first, second and third, because it's head-to-head. But at some point, it will count. And if you only win 1-0 against a team like Iraq, this is not good for you. This is not a good result for you.
Is that complacency?
I don't know. You know, I think he's drilled in those 14 years, and this is what we were talking about before the game with Steve and James Horncastle. I think when you've been drilled for 14 years to be a bit conservative, even in the way you play, you go 1-0 up, and then after that, you've got the ball. It's the wrong pass from Olise. It's the wrong choice from Dembele, who's trying to go on the outside where maybe you could recycle. And then you start just getting in this forced rhythm of, it's okay, we're winning here. It's the most important, I guess, because you're winning. And I just think that we've seen this scenario so many times on the Deschamps. It's beyond me why they're still playing like this now.
So what that actually adds to the other teams. I mean, we still think France are either the favourites or among the very real favourites for this tournament. But if you can see where the weaknesses are, you can look at that now and think, okay, that's what you can do. You can actually nullify some of the things that you can do, and can they change it if you stay set, deep, pretty well organised. But I'll tell you what, we will talk about France most of the time, but I was really impressed with Iraq. They played the neat passes out. They aren't just lumping it long all the time. There's a real intelligence to their game as well, but it's simplistic, but it's good.
But they shouldn't, Pat, because this France team should be high press, intensity on them, should not even let them out. There's a point in the first half where Manu Koné at some point is on his own. There's just 2 or 3 French players trying to press. The others are nowhere near. And Koné is looking around and saying, what's going on here? I'm on my own in the middle of the pitch against 2 Iraqi players, and they came out with the ball nicely, Iraq. And I'm thinking, like, this is so disjointed without the ball for France, when you should be all over them, recovering the ball, and then going chance after chance after chance to score more goals than that.
That was the difference yesterday, actually, when I commentated on the game in Atlanta between Spain and Saudi Arabia. Spain scored in a similar time, the first goal, and then they still didn't let up. They still had the hunger. And then by the time another 14 minutes has passed, they find themselves 3 goals to the good.
Exactly.
It's not a similarity, Jules, when you think about it. The first game against Senegal, it just wasn't happening in the first half. They were, it was kind of really slow, stilted. They adapted in the second half and played much, much quicker, much sharper. The change in the lead in possession made a big difference, but they were sluggish in the first half of the first game as well. And maybe it's a similar thing. They would wait for half time and really lift it. A couple of little changes by Deschamps, a 15-minute break or a 2-hour break maybe, and then go and change it. And it may well be that they think it's a wee bit easier to play our style when the opposition are a wee bit more tired. And that might be the case, but maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe they just...
No, maybe not, you're right. But it's just, there was momentum after that second half against Senegal. We said it was so much better. They could have scored more than 3. And then you come here, and then again, you go almost a step back again towards this kind of let's pass the ball in a very sterile way. And by the way, they didn't have that much possession, by the way, only 58%, which again, I think against a team like this, it's not enough. And I'm just like, I don't know. But that's Deschamps ball for you. And, I'm not the biggest fan, as you know.
I would say, I think if I was one of the Iraq players, if somebody had said, you've got to spend sort of another 25 minutes listening to Graham Arnold, their manager, he comes across very, very entertaining. I would be happy with that gig. We've just seen some pictures of him actually on the TV screens here. One from when they came off, where he used like a binder, like one of the sort of things that you carry around with you for commentary, Ian, over his head to keep himself dry, and he's just walked out of the tunnel. And it's obviously absolutely teeming down, but he put his hand up like you sort of when you're trying to see if it's drizzling or not. It's just getting absolutely drenched. But he's a very entertaining guy. Did you see he said before the game they were like, "Oh, how can you stop Kylian Mbappe?" And he said, "I've asked FIFA if we can play 3 goalkeepers," which I enjoyed.
Well, at the minute, we actually can't. I'm glad you said that it's still raining, because now that the monitors aren't showing us. At one stage, we did have a shot of the stadium, like an aerial view of the stadium, so we could see what the weather was still doing. All we've now got is these blue monitors that are just saying, "Oh, it's changed again. The second half is delayed due to adverse weather conditions. The game will resume when deemed safe. Please shelter in place." That, I think, that is not as encouraging as the game will restart as soon as possible from the previous message. So I do wonder if there is still lightning activity within the area.
One of my guys in the French staff team just texted saying there was a lightning at 6:36, and the rule is obviously that 15 minutes. If there's lightning and you could see it, you delay another 15 minutes and nothing should happen in those 15 minutes. So that's why it's delaying what we thought could restart at 7.
Well, if the lightning activity was at 6:36, it's 15 minutes before the players can warm up, but it's then half an hour before the game can restart. So therefore, well, we're looking at, that would be 6 minutes past 7.
For them to warm up, and then, not before half 7 before we restart.
Pat, at what point then is this a real issue for the players, do you think? How close are we getting to that?
Right, well, I don't understand FIFA, but then not many people do. And I don't understand some of the organisations. When I was told there was a 4-hour delay in the Club World Cup, my jaw hit the floor. Because you can't do that. It's like starting completely and utterly over again. You need to do not just warm-ups, but you've built your body, you're fed in such a certain way to get your body in such a way. And I thought, that is madness. It can't work. You're kind of almost to some degree better just coming back and playing it another day. But that's the problem with tournaments. You've not got any time. There's too many games. There's no space. There's no gaps, or very, very few gaps to do that again. So, as a player, I'd have thought, just play whenever we can play. I'll get on with it. But you start thinking, well, wait a minute. The fans can't stay forever. There's trains to catch. There's to get back home. There's flights to catch tomorrow morning. There's all that sort of stuff. They're not big on public transport over here, so that's tough for a lot of people. So you have to consider not just the players, you have to consider the whole structure of the whole thing. So it gets very, very messy very, very quickly.
Yeah, what's it like there, Ian? Is it because we were talking the other day about Foxborough? I was at Foxborough for the Scotland game. That's an hour and a half on a good day out of town. What about the Philadelphia Stadium? Is that less of an issue? Is it more of an issue?
Hold on, Steve. I've just been handed a FIFA statement. Due to the adverse weather conditions in Philadelphia, including the risk of lightning in the vicinity of the stadium, the FIFA World Cup match between France and Iraq has been suspended. A 30-minute break has been announced. However, the situation is still being observed to determine if further delays are anticipated. FIFA will follow the safety protocols established by the local authorities, and the match will resume as soon as it is safe to do so. The safety and security of all individuals is FIFA's priority. We thank all fans for their understanding and cooperation. Now, what was the question, sorry?
I'm just interested to know, because Pat made a really good point there about, it's not just about players and teams and all that, it's about fans and the issues that the later you get in the evening, the harder it is for people to get home. Now, obviously, at the moment, that isn't a problem. We'd have to be delayed for another significant amount of time, but that is very possible. So is it a Foxborough situation whereby it took us on a good day an hour and a half to get out there, or is it closer to the city centre? Is it the kind of place you can get away from more easily?
It's I've packed my notes away, which were from upstairs, but from memory, it's south of the centre of Philadelphia. You can certainly see the skyscrapers from our position back in the commentary position. So it is not isolated. It's not like a Foxborough. It's not like a MetLife in New Jersey where you're completely isolated in that respect. So I would think that there are transport links to the city. There are a lot of very expansive car parking areas as well. It's almost like a sports complex, because stone's throw away you've got the baseball stadium that you can see as well. There's another arena where I would imagine they play basketball too. So it is quite central in that respect. But I would think, I don't know how much money they've paid for these tickets, but after a while they'll start looking at the watch and think, I'll tell you what, we'll give this a miss now, we're going to go if there's no sign. The thing is that they are used to this type of thing happening in North America, so therefore they'll take sanctuary on the concourses, and then they'll go, okay, it's brightening up. We were speaking, our producer George was speaking to a local who said, oh yeah, it's going to come in tonight, you're going to get it at such and such a time. They'll know how the weather works better than we will. They'll know which areas to look at. It's a little bit like when you go to watch cricket. There's a certain area that you think, yeah, that's if it's cloudy over there, that's what's going to happen when the clouds roll in. So I think they'll be the locals who are here will be well used to it. As for the French supporters who've made that long journey over, then they'll just have to wait patiently, I guess.
And knowing you, Pat, if you were in that dressing room and you were in that situation having to wait, by now lots of people might be playing video games, but you'd be 2.5 chapters into Anna Karenina or something probably.
Again? Yeah, no, actually, possibly.
Again?
Well, I had to say that, sorry. Do you know what the best thing would be? Actually, a good pair of headphones and just lie down. Just lie down, some music. Just relax yourself as much as possible, empty your head as much as you possibly can, because the last thing you want to do is think about an important game for about quarter an hour, then half an hour, then 45 minutes, and let it get inside your head. You don't want to be psyched out by it in any way at all. So certainly I would want to be emptying my head at that point in time. And yeah, if it's reading a book, or if it's more likely listening to music in that situation, because the problem with reading a book is the lads grab it off you and throw it in the bath.
Yeah. Right, we have the opportunity to hear from the England manager now, so this is quite well timed for us. England obviously face Ghana in their second game tomorrow in Boston. Victory secures their place in the knockout stages. There's full commentary on 5 Live Sport from 9 o'clock tomorrow night. And in the last few minutes, Thomas Tuchel's been speaking to correspondent John Murray.
Thomas, welcome to the rain of Boston. Conditions just like back in England. I don't know what they're going to be like tomorrow, but that would be a bonus, wouldn't it, if it wasn't so hot?
That looks like London in November. Yeah, it is what it is, so we adapt to what the situation is. I don't believe weather forecasts anymore. We had a lot of wrong ones lately, so let's see and wait until tomorrow.
What's it been like over the course of the last few days, mood-wise, the feeling around the place?
Well, mood-wise it was easy because we had a deserved win and a good match and a lot of stuff what we can build on, and we had some stuff to improve. So we had 3 training sessions and before that a day off. So quite a long period within a tournament, but we feel ready to go tomorrow. Everyone is available, and then the tournament becomes more condensed for us.
What did you think when you had a look back at the match? I know you always seem to see different things.
No, I think we were overall we deserved to win. We had a good reaction to adversity, meaning to the both goals that we conceded. Both reactions were very good. One goal was with the last shot of the first half, which is kind of an awkward moment, but we responded with the best 25 half an hour of the match. So the reaction to adversity was very good. We want to not spend so much time in a deep block that we did. And we had a little bit too much ball losses after ball wins, so we need to take care of that tomorrow, because our opponent tomorrow waits exactly for that, to start counter-attack. So we need to take care after ball wins to secure the ball better. And these were the key things to improve. But overall, commitment, team spirit, energy, and also quality was there.
Do you think you've got a little bit of something going like you did in the autumn? around those qualifiers.
It felt a bit like that. It felt a bit like this, especially in the second half when we went for it and played with more courage and the energy. Yeah. So this helps obviously because we are here to win, and win helps like nothing else. Now we said let's learn from a win, and it's a short period of time. It's a short tournament, so yeah.
There's quite an incentive, isn't there, to win this in terms of the third group match?
Well, it's always important. We try everything tomorrow, but we should also respect the opponent. I still think that we have a very difficult group to play in. Now that we saw Ghana play and saw Ghana with a new coach in the friendly against Wales, it's just a lot of quality and a very, very solid defensive block, and very, very difficult in counter-attacking, very physical team with a lot of talent. So, like I said, I still believe that we play in a very difficult group. They got their win with a very late goal. So, yeah, it's an important match tomorrow.
Thanks, Thomas. Good luck.
Thank you.
England manager Thomas Tuchel speaking to correspondent John Murray. England-Ghana, Foxborough, 9 p.m. tomorrow. Full commentary, obviously, on 5 Live. So we've still got Ian Dennis and ESPN's Julian Laurent inside the stadium in Philadelphia, where we are currently delayed ahead of the second half between France and Iraq. France leading by a goal to nil. I imagine nothing's changed in the last 3 minutes, Ian, has it?
No, our next update, Steve, is due at 19:01. So I'm across the respective channels to be updated by FIFA, and as soon as we get that, then I will let you know. But there's no window, so I can't see what's actually happening outside, and all the TV screens around me are just blue with the latest weather warning.
Yeah, they've given up on US TV now, and they're just showing highlights of USA beating Australia to make themselves feel better.
But we are joined by Stephen Warnock, who I was with Orlando. When you said to me earlier, have you had any experience of this before? And I went, yeah, 2
We've
weeks
done this
ago.
before. Oh my God. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? How quickly it comes in and how much it changes, and suddenly you have to have a big break. And I know that you've been talking about it. It's hard for the players because they just don't know what situation they're going to be in and how long it's going to take.
It's funny, Steve.
Yeah.
I had a text conversation with Steve Parkin, the assistant manager of Wrexham, you know, because they were out here two years ago in Philadelphia, and they were hit with a thunderstorm. And I just said to him, I said, did you finish the game? And he said, we finished, but we were in the dressing rooms for 50 minutes. So I just said to him, I said, well, what did you do in those 50 minutes? He said, stayed in the dressing rooms. We weren't allowed out. And then I said, well, how did you keep busy in the dressing room? And he's just replied to me, let the boys chill out. And then we had to go out and warm up again. Nightmare.
I'll tell you what, let's just stick with this then, because we're going to get another update in 2 minutes. And once we've got that update, we can flip it back to what we've just heard from Thomas Tuchel. Stephen, you're fresh with us, so how would you be dealing with this right now?
Well, I'd be trusting the sports science staff around us. I think one of the hardest things is that everything's timed when you go and play. So your nutrition is timed, your sleep's timed, and you're ready to peak at the maximum time, and then that's interrupted. So it becomes a little bit of an issue. How much do you cool down? What's the protocols being taken by the sports nutrition guys? Do they have exercise bikes in the room where they're ready to keep warm? Do they have other things that they might be able to do? With these NFL stadiums, and I've been very fortunate, I've been to this stadium a few years ago working, and know that they have warm-up rooms within them. So they've got big areas where they can keep warm, where they can do exercises. So that will be utilised today. It's just the fact of how much is in there and how much they can use. So, yeah, it's a difficult one because you don't want to get ready too soon, but you don't want to cool down too much again.
So, in other words, if this is going to happen, they're in the right place for it.
Yeah, and that's the big thing about being out here in the US is that they are geared up for it. They've got so much more space in the stadiums to be able to be prepared for that. And I think that's something that if you were the sports science staff, as part of your remit before it will be, if we've got a rain delay, how are we going to cope with that? Because it could be half an hour minimum, then it could be anything up to 2-3 hours, and that's where it becomes very difficult to know how to deal with that situation. So yes, it can be an absolute pain to get everything sorted, to bring in all the exercise bikes, to do everything that you need to bring in or have everything lined up, and you might not use them, but in a scenario like this could be vitally important.
I think that's interesting, Jules, because when we just heard John Murray talking to Thomas Tuchel very briefly at the start of that interview about the weather as well, you would imagine all of the nations will have been planning for exactly how they're going to operate in this circumstance, because we all knew it was probably more than a possibility, probably a probability that somebody was going to be dealing with it at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, depending, you knew where you were going to play, and obviously there are areas where thunderstorms are more likely to come than others, I guess. But it was definitely, or it should have been, and I think at this level of football, you plan for everything and you get organised for everything, and whether it happens or not, it doesn't matter so much. But you have every scenario ready just in case, and I'm sure that's what the French had. They came in March, for example, in the international break, to have the 2 friendlies against Brazil and Colombia here, one in Boston and the other one maybe actually here in Philly, to get similar. So there was no risk of thunderstorms at the time then, but you get the idea, to get ready of those kind of stadiums, those kind of environment, what you could do, how much space you have, the how far it is from the city centre, like we mentioned earlier, or from a potential hotel, or from your base camp and things like that, because they just wanted to see a bit before arriving here. And I think they would have prepared for potentially an evening like today, where for an hour the players are in that dressing room. You need to keep them occupied, don't get them too tired, not too stressed. We said earlier, before Warney joined us, that those dressing rooms are so big. Like we said, they've got bikes to do some cycling if they want. They can do the keepy piece. They've got the board. They can do passing. They can do a lot of things, and they can be creative. Trust me. But it's true that the longer this drags on, the more difficult it is to keep those players even just focused.
Steve, I spoke to Chris Rosimus, who's the head of the FA. I had him on my podcast chatting about how you prepare for a major tournament, and do you prepare for things like this. And one of the things he was talking about was like slow release foods, little snack bites that they'll take into the changing room. So if there is this period, you're not eating anything heavy, but there's little snacks that will release stuff which are quick releasing sugars or slow releasing sugars, whatever it might be, what they need. So they are geared up for it. It's moved on tenfold from when we played. The level of detail that goes into the nutrition and the timing of it, and how to eat, what to drink, they'll be well prepared for that.
Just been told, Steve, that it started raining again, and this is where FIFA are observing the weather situation, because if the weather and the storm activity is with outside that 8 mile radius, then they could be able to, okay, we're fine. So I can only deduce that there is still storm activity within the 8 mile radius, and in fact we were due an update at 1901. One has just arrived at 1905. No changes for the moment. Next update in another 20 minutes. So that takes us to 7:25 local time, and you've still got to then factor in the players warming up for another 15 minutes.
So my guy from the French team has just said that the French have been told 7:21 is when the players should be ready to come out for now, and that's to follow on what Deno just said. If between now and 7:21, so the next 16 minutes, there's no lightning here over us in the stadium, or within those 8, 10, 15 miles around us, then I think maybe the players can come back at 20 past, which means that the game won't start before 10:02, because they need half an hour to warm up. So we're more looking like, obviously for people listening to us in the UK, around 1 a.m. to restart this game, and for us here probably 8 p.m.
So they're looking at the players can come out at what time did you say?
7:21.
The players going to come out at 7:21.
But that's what the French have been told for now. Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, that would tie in then with the
exactly.
Got you.
So, yeah, that means basically for everybody listening back in the UK, in another 15 minutes, potentially, but we'll have to wait and see. Stephen, just before we move on from this, just checking, because you were talking about the importance of the kind of the slow release foods that they'll be having in this situation. What about the massive 3 pieces of New York sliced pizza that I've just had? Does that count? Will Would that make me ready to be back in it?
Oh, that makes you ready to go. Well, I think you're going to hit a bit of a brick wall, if I'm being honest, Steve. You're going to hit that bit where you're like, oh, you've got a little bit of a food coma and you've got that little bit of a belly bloat. Yeah, not a good one to have, that, Steve. Not sensible.
We're quite a bit disappointing. Me and Warney are a bit disappointed in you, actually.
Yeah, very.
Very surprised. Just to finish on this, the nightmare for FIFA and everybody is that now, if this game restarts at 8 p.m., that's the time when Senegal-Norway kicks off as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And the last thing you want is to have two games. Okay, the third games of those group stages will happen at the same time for obvious reasons. But right now, it's not good for FIFA to have two games that kick off at the same time when they should not be, really.
And obviously, if we're in that situation, because we'll be bringing you both games, one of them will move over to 5 Sports Extra and one of them will be on 5 Live. So we'll keep you right up to date with that, obviously. So we're hoping maybe in about 14-15 minutes' time, if things don't change, that we might have players back out on the pitch warming up, and then obviously we'll sort of feel like we're on a conveyor belt toward playing football again. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Let's just turn back to England then, and we just heard from Thomas Tuchel. So they've got this second game coming up, and of course there's full commentary on 5 Live. From Foxborough of England versus Ghana. Stephen, he obviously got everything right in the first game, Thomas Tuchel, didn't he? It was a really interesting way to start, and I'm just sort of hoping that Jules was kind of bemoaning the way that France haven't lived up to their second half against Senegal when they were playing earlier. I just really hope England live up to what they did in the first game, because it was very fun to watch.
Yeah, it was great to watch. Listen, I've always been a fan of Thomas Tuchel. I don't think it's just that game yesterday or the other day. I think it's just that the whole influence he's had since he's come into the squad, and he's got a hold of the players, and he's brave in his decisions, and when he changes things tactically, he's forward thinking. He's not negative. I like Gareth Southgate as a guy. I thought he was a great front of house in the way that he handled the press and brought the relationship between the press and the players closer. But as a manager, I always thought, please just let players go a little bit more. But I understand it because he came so close. I just think Tuchel could be that 1% which takes you over the line when he's brave with key decisions. I think the players have got huge respect for him. I think he's got a fear factor as well within the changing room, which is vitally important. I think that's key when you're working with top players. But ultimately, listen, the guys, when they came out after the game the other day, talking about the performance of him in that half-time team talk, that will instill belief that this is the right guy to take them forward. And you'll have them eating out the palm of the hands then. And that's exactly what you want. But listen, the next game will be the big one. It'll be the one that if you're to draw that, suddenly it's like, oh, well, we're back to normal and we've gone backwards. So it's about momentum. It's about keeping going forward as much as you can. And I know Jules is frustrated. I was listening to him talking about the French struggling to move this back line of Iraq. The one thing is, we were talking about this the other day when we were on TV, and Wayne Rooney was talking about it, and he was saying, teams are so much better coached now.
Yeah.
Iraq is very, very well drilled team. It is not easy to break down a stubborn back four who sit in a line. They had a midfielder sat in front of them who then just picked up Elise, or he picked up Mbappe or Dembele when they came into that holes. That's not easy to shift them. The other thing is as well, when you look at the way France play, they're not Paris Saint-Germain. They don't have Vitinha. They don't have João Neves, who move the ball super quick. England actually have that with Anderson and Rice. When they get the ball, they shift it very quick into forward areas. So that's where you look at this team, and international football can be so difficult because everyone goes, yeah, but it's only Iraq, and you go, yeah, but they're so much better now than they were 10-15 years ago because the quality of coaching has moved on.
That's true.
So can I just interject with another update?
Please.
And this isn't from Philadelphia. This is an update regarding the second game, or the next game, the New Jersey game, because we were worried that the weather was going to impact that match in New Jersey as well. In New Jersey, the weather is improving. No delays expected to the player warm-ups and kick-off. So that's very optimistic regarding that match between Norway and Senegal. We're still waiting for another update regarding this match here in Philadelphia.
I'll tell you what, it's very optimistic when I just look out my window at the New Jersey skies as well, because it looks absolutely horrible out there right now. But all right, fingers crossed for that one then. I have to say, Ian, it is quite nice, isn't it, just to hear ESPN's Julien Laurent purring over an England performance. Purring, no less.
But I was honest and objective, but I agree with a lot of the things that Warney said. I like Tuchel. I think he's I think he's going to do a great job. That game against Croatia, and I've got some reservations on Croatia's level overall, and some of the picks that Dalic made for his own team anyway. But regardless of that, even if I thought England in the first half at times was just a bit timid, because they were doing a lot of good things in their permutation and their movement and everything, and yet I felt like it just lacked just something was a bit missing, and they got that in the second half. And I thought that second half they could have scored six goals easy, 5 or 6 goals easily. And then I saw all that movement, I saw permutation, I saw an England team in that second half that played almost like a club team, which is really rare at this level, because as we often say, and it's right, there's not enough time to work on some patterns of plays and things like that, and style and identity. And yet I found this England team in that second half against Croatia, and again, it was only Croatia, to have that kind of identity already. And I think that's credit to Tuchel a lot, and to the choices that he made for this squad and his starting 11.
Yeah, but do you not remember when Tuchel went in at Chelsea, and within 3 days they played their first game, and it was like night and day, and everyone was like, wow, can you do that in 3 days? You absolutely can.
Yeah, of course.
But the players have to buy into it, and they have to take it on board. These are some of the best players in world football at the moment in the England squad. They're winning trophies, and that's the ability to absorb that information that's being given to you. However, the information that's given to you has to be very clear, very obvious, and very something that you understand and you can take on board, but you don't flood it, you don't over flood it, you just give them the basics, and then the more and more you meet up, the more you add to that, the more you layer it, and it becomes easier. And it was interesting, I can't remember who the player was, whether it was Jed Spence, and he said he hadn't been in the squad for a couple of things, and he'd almost forgotten about the previous squads and what had gone on, and he had to relearn it. And he said they'll pick it up dead quick, and they have, and that's credit to the manager and his staff around him as well.
Well, I was just going to say, when you mentioned the staff around him, I think we've got to give a mention to Anthony Barry.
Yeah.
Because when we were in Orlando together in the warm-up, and I knew after that first game, wasn't it, in Tampa, was like a training exercise where they played the 45 minutes for 2 different teams. And then they went for the first half, and they were going to play 60 minutes, maybe 70 minutes of one team, and that's where they were really going to ramp it up. And we were watching, myself and Stephen, in the Orlando Stadium, and you could see Anthony Barry barking at them, his arms going, come on, go again. And I think he was relentless with them.
Yeah.
And I think they needed to step it up. And I also believe that when they left that training camp in Florida, they were exactly where they wanted them to be. And it has been carefully managed. And one of the regrets I have when I spoke to Thomas Tuchel, I had 2 chances to speak to him. I wanted to ask him, bearing in mind, as a very successful club manager, first time as an international manager, how had he devised this plan, or had he tapped into the insight of Anthony Barry from his experience of being with Belgium? And I forgot to ask it. I got distracted by other questions, because I just think that, and obviously they can lean on Steve Kemp, who's head of performance at the FA, who's done about 6 or 7 tournaments with them and has learned a lot as they've gone along, you know, whether it be Sao Conrado in Brazil or from being elsewhere in other tournaments in France, Chantilly in 2016. But I do wonder how much input Anthony Barry's having as well.
Yeah, he'll have loads of input, but also as well, Thomas Tuchel's that well connected within the world of football. He'll be leaning on every single sport and learning from different situations, different scenarios. He'll learn from or spoken to previous managers at World Cups, and managers want to share that information. They want to help other managers progress and sort of feel like they've been a part of that as well. But he's super intelligent, Thomas Tuchel, isn't he? I think he's one of them guys who will not sort of relent on moving forward, and at the moment everything's going great.
But you remember when Tuchel had this kind of period where he took the job but hadn't started yet? Yes. And people were like, and all of us were like, that's a bit strange, because I think he could have taken over for the November international break.
Yep.
That rings a bell. And I think on purpose he did that, and in those 3 months that he had accepted the job and yet hadn't started officially, if you wanted, he put all that plan in place with Barry, with his own experience of, okay, this is club football, I need to try to replicate as much as international level, when everybody says how difficult it is, the life of a football club team. And that goes for living together at St. George's Park and all this space of kind of that living space. Remember that he kind of restructured and changed a few things and things like that. To the tactics, the permutation, the movement that we mentioned. I think already then he was thinking, okay, to play my style of football, I need 2 fullbacks who will have to be a bit different. And it's not surprising that O'Reilly and Reece James, and as long as they stay fit, obviously for them, are key players already for what Tuchel wants to do. The Elliot Anderson, like Christmas present in a way, because as we mentioned pre-match, Steve, it would be a very different team with Declan Rice and Kobe Mainoo once, another midfielder. But then with him, with that kind of emergence of Elliot Anderson at this level, he found the perfect partner for Rice, and not just for that, but for the balance of this team and for his team. So all of those pieces have been, have come together in this massive jigsaw, but I think he gave himself the time to make sure that everything was perfectly planned for it.
I've got another update, incidentally. Again, this is from FIFA. This was timed at 7:15 local time, so 7:15 midnight back in the UK. Please note, we are still monitoring incoming weather and will communicate a restart as soon as possible, which doesn't bode well for your earlier message, Jules, that you thought that the players could be looking to warm up in 4 minutes' time.
My friend has gone quiet, so he fell asleep.
Do you know what? I've got to say, I just keep eyeing those chocolate cookies.
He's like one of them. He's like one of them friends, like Deno, when you say, "You go in the bar yet?" and he just goes quiet
because he's there already.
Stephen, I think there's a really interesting comparison we could make here, because just listening to you talking about there Thomas Tuchel and the fact that it's the first international major tournament that he's had to set up. So how do you do it? And obviously so far it's working really, really well. There's an interesting comparison to be drawn with your own experience, isn't there, in 2010, given you had
Steve, you might want to come back to that. We've got an update.
Players will go back to the field of play. The players will go back to the field of play to warm up at 7:30, and the second half will kick off at 7:50.
Right, okay, fine. So that means we've only just got half an hour until we're playing football again. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, you've got 29 minutes to answer that question then, Stephen. Yeah.
Go on, do you want to ask me it again? Because I was looking at George passing the message to Deno, and I knew it was quite serious.
I'll do the short version. Just because of you guys were talking about how Tuchel has set up his first major tournament camp, you had that same experience in 2010 with Fabio Capello, someone who's managed some of the biggest clubs in the world. He's now got an international job for the first time, and he's going to a World Cup. How he did that was very controversial, wasn't it? So it's just interesting, like, you only get one go at it, really. If you don't get it right straight away, then you sort of back yourself into a corner.
Yeah, you do. And I think the big thing is, my biggest thing when I went away was it was just us and no one else. You weren't allowed to see family that often. It was every now and again. And I always think, well, you go home every day when you're at work and when you're a footballer and you see your family. You go home, you sleep, you see your kids, whatever you do, and you live your day-to-day life, and it still brings the best out of you. Now, having them family around you makes it easier at times. Don't get me wrong. There's got to be a professionalism as well. So I think that's something that managers have looked at and said, well, how do we bring that day-to-day, as Jules said, that club football mentality to a World Cup? And I think that's the added thing that we're seeing at the moment. When we were away in South Africa, we had to beg Capello to go and play golf just to get out the hotel, because it was the same four walls all the time. You had your own rooms. You weren't in a room with anyone, which you don't really want to be because you want to be able to sleep properly. But then it just became very monotonous and a little bit boring, where you're just waiting around and wondering what's going to be able to do next. They try and you was probably watching films or playing on Xbox, whatever it might have been, PlayStations. But then you need that outside, you need that interaction with other people. And we ended up going to play golf in Sun City a few times. And honestly, you wouldn't believe how excited the lads got getting on the bus to go and play golf. There was lads who'd never swung a golf club before. You were suddenly like the biggest golfers in the world, because it was like time to get out the hotel, and it was 4 or 5 hours away from the hotel. But that banter around the golf course was what was needed at times. But now you're seeing, can we get close to a city? Can we get involved in the culture? Can we go out to places and allow the players to go out? The one thing I'd say about America is a lot of the lads will be able to wander around and not get noticed. When it's so interesting, because I'm doing TV out here, and when there's people brought up on the TV screens, we're going, who's that? They're American football players, basketball players, and obviously Jules knows more than I do because he follows the sports better. But there's certain people I'm looking at, but it's the same the other way. They're looking at English players or not American players, but other nations, and they haven't got a clue who they are walking around.
But that base in Rustenburg in South Africa was just a campus in the middle of nowhere. It had one tennis court, and then I think it had a swimming pool that you could go in, and obviously the training pitches. But apart from that, there was nowhere to go. I mean, even to get to the exit, you probably had to walk nearly a good mile.
Oh, you did, yeah. I mean, it was so funny when we used to see the press come in and they get taken or brought in on a bus, and it'd take them about 20 minutes to walk across the car park and across to the pitch. But even just seeing the press, it was like, oh, there's new people in. There's people in the building. It was so empty, so remote. It was so quiet, and that was difficult for the players.
But we often underestimate, sorry Steve, just to finish on that, how important this is. Maybe even not as much as what you do on the pitch, obviously, but to get those players ready to then perform at their best on the pitch, all of that is so important. And you know, we talked about the French exploding before in 2010 in South Africa, to go back to the same World Cup that Warnie just mentioned, and that was a consequence of that team not being able to live with each other, and those players and Dominic and all of that. And that was the problem, more than the level of the players, more than what they could do together or not. And that was the issue. And a lot of head coaches who maybe don't have the experience, and that's why I think Tuchel was so smart to rely on other people within his own staff to make sure that this camp for England was going to be perfect, because that could derail your whole World Cup.
Well, also, in contrast to what Stephen experienced in South Africa, that when we were in Florida together just the other week, there was a deliberately more relaxed feel where the families could go out, the players could mix and mingle. But I also, similar to what you said earlier as well, the culture within that dressing room changed with Gareth Southgate. Whatever happens in this tournament, changing the whole dynamics around England.
Oh, he's played his part.
Absolutely. He's provided more than a platform.
And sometimes you need that as well. You need that manager who's able to change that, and then you need the guy who takes you to the next level again. And sometimes that's the way it goes, and Gareth's done an amazing job. But if Thomas Tuchel can then go on and win the World Cup, it wouldn't have happened without Gareth Southgate. There's no two ways about that.
The other thing to Steve, just had another update. The warm-up is going to start in 7. The players are to leave the dressing rooms at 19:25, so that's 2 minutes. The warm-up will be 19:30. Updated kickoff 7:50. So we are going to have to leave our position here in the media centre, because we've got to work our way through the concourse, which wasn't easy.
Past the hot dogs.
I will not grab a hot dog, I promise. And then get back into position. But we've got to take all the protective sheets off the broadcast position as well.
Yeah. Well, handily, we've got a 4-minute interview with Declan Rice lined up. So why don't we let you go do that, and then we can do some news, and at some point we'll bring you back in. But well done for joining us from the trenches down there, because we've needed you.
Cheers, Steve. Speak to you soon.
Cheers, fellas. We'll speak to you soon. Stephen Warnock down there, Julian Laurent, and Ian Dennis. So Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin will be back with commentary, by the looks of it, in about 25 minutes' time. We'll get the latest news before that. We might have a quick look ahead to the next game as well. And it was interesting listening to the weather report there, wasn't it, about what we might have where we are here in New Jersey, where I can now confirm, I'm just going to see if I get a head shake or a head nod from the editor, that it does look a little bit brighter, just a little bit. We're in agreement. So fingers crossed things will be all right. As it stands, no delay to kick off for the next game, which we're bringing you on 5 Live. So there's a possibility that we might have to sort of move over a couple of things because of what's been happening in the game between France and Iraq. But it looks like Norway and Senegal should get underway on time at 1 a.m. your time, and we are going to be back at 10 to 1 your time with commentary of the second half of France versus Iraq from Philadelphia. Right, let's hear from England midfielder Declan Rice. You may remember he got a little bit of an injury in the win over Croatia. He's been speaking to correspondent John Murray and says he'll be absolutely fine for Ghana.
First question, obvious, Declan. All okay?
Yeah, all good. I think I'm getting sick of seeing it now, to be honest with you. I think there's been a massive overreaction to it, but I'm all good. I'm fit. I've trained every day since the last game, so I'm managing it well. It's all good.
Yeah, and with someone who plays as many matches, there's probably always something, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. I think if you asked any player who's played this amount of games, you're never going to get through them feeling 100% always. But that's just the job we're in, and that's the way we play the game. So, look, the main thing is I'm fit, I'm ready to go tomorrow, and I feel good.
What's it been like the last few days since the Croatia match compared to the feeling and the mood that you'd had at other tournaments?
Yeah, positive. I think every tournament I've been at, after the first game, you always want to get off to a good start. That's the key, and we did that. And we've just followed on in terms of the vibes we've had in the camp since we got here, to be honest with you. You know, everyone's been calm, everyone's been energetic. On the other hand, training sessions have been really good, downtime's been really good. So yeah, we've been relaxed, we've been good, ramped it up the training the last 2 days, focusing on Ghana because we know they're a strong team. So yeah, it's important tomorrow we go out and put on a performance.
Yes, they've got dangers, haven't they, obviously?
Very good dangers, very good players, strong players. I obviously know a lot of their players. So yeah, we need to be on it tomorrow. You know, there's no easy games. If you've been watching this World Cup, which most people have, you will see there's been some shock results, and some of the teams that you probably don't doubt to get a result. And yeah, you need to be on it from the first whistle tomorrow. So yeah, we need to be on it.
And you know from tournaments the value of getting your qualification from the group done early, don't you? Which can be done here.
100%. I think Harry spoke well about that earlier before training, just saying that how important tomorrow is in terms of for us and how the rest of the week can look if we win tomorrow. We put ourselves in a really good position, and obviously then going to the Panama game, knowing that we've qualified, but also knowing that, you know, we want to make the group 3 out of 3. So tomorrow's obviously a massive game for us. We need to build on from what we did the other night in the second half, and I'm sure you're going to see that.
Yeah, and arriving here, you found rain and quite cool conditions, actually, which it might be the case again for the match.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the conditions. Yeah, obviously so far we've obviously played in one indoor with aircon, which wasn't too hot in Dallas, and then obviously just been outside now. It's raining, there's no roof, pitch is really good, so it could feel like we're in the UK, to be honest with you, tomorrow, which will be handy. So yeah, look, let's wait and see, and yeah, I think if it does rain, you know, that will be good for us.
You've been coping with hot conditions in the time that you've been here. You probably know that at home everyone is absolutely sweltered.
Yeah.
What would your advice be for them back home in hot conditions?
In hot conditions now at home?
Yeah.
Well, knowing Brits and knowing English people, when the sun comes out, everyone gets excited, don't they? So probably don't drink too much and take it easy. So yeah, just enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully tomorrow it's obviously going to be a big night again. You see the reaction the other night, like we all see the videos as players, what it means back home to people in the pubs, watch-alongs with all their friends. So yeah, it's a special time to play, and hopefully we can make them happy again.
Yeah. And one other thing, I noticed you've got the Arsenal Player of the Year award again,
Yeah.
which I was interested to see who got that. You must be chuffed with that.
Yeah, I'm delighted to get it. You know, you can't take their moments for granted. Massive thank you for the fans, obviously voting me Player of the Season again. It's obviously an honour. But I do have to say that it could have gone to David Raya or Gabriel as well. They obviously finished second and third. But I think without them this season, nowhere we would have been Premier League champions. So yeah, I think even though I've won it, I'll probably share the award just as much in my own mind with them, but just because of how good and how important they've been this season. So yeah.
Nice one, Declan. Thank you. Good luck tomorrow.
Cheers.
England's Declan Rice with correspondent John Murray. If you've just joined us, we've got a real big weather delay that we've been dealing with in our commentary between France and Iraq in Philadelphia. By the looks of things, we're going to be back underway in that game in 20 minutes' time, so we'll bring you full commentary of the second half here on 5 Live. We've also got commentary coming up in half an hour's time of Norway versus Senegal. That's here in New Jersey, where the weather is improving, and fingers crossed, no reason at the moment to suspect we won't be underway on time for that one. So we'll obviously be back in Philadelphia for a good few minutes ahead of kickoff, telling you how things are shaping up ahead of the restart. We will also go to the MetLife as well to speak to your commentary team, Jonathan Pearce and Efan Okoku, ahead of Norway versus Senegal. So we will do all of that after the latest news. Casa Alum can keep us up to date.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Thanks, Steve. Sir Keir Starmer says he will quit as Labour Party leader, paving the way for a contest to decide a new Prime Minister. Andy Burnham is regarded by many as the frontrunner to replace Sir Keir after he secured an emphatic win over his Reform UK rival in last week's Makerfield by-election. Earlier, I spoke to our political correspondent, Jack Fenwick, who told me about the process of selecting a new leader.
It now feels very, very, very likely that Andy Burnham will become Prime Minister at some point, probably over the next few weeks. It could happen as early as the 16th or 17th of July if there is no official contest. Now, there are some people within the Labour Party not happy at the idea of not having a contest. Some of those loyal to Sir Keir Starmer have thought over the last few weeks that perhaps Andy Burnham hasn't really managed to stand up to some of the scrutiny in place. There was an interview with BBC Newsnight in which he couldn't name some of the government's economic fiscal rules, which he has said that he wants to stick by. He was asked what they were. He said that he didn't want to get into those details during that interview. So there has been some talk that perhaps Starmer's allies could put up a candidate to try and test Andy Burnham. The Prime Minister's Chief Secretary, Darren Jones, has been one person talked up. The BBC understands that he is not ruling that out, but at the end of this very, very busy day, it seems all but certain that the UK is about to get Prime Minister Andy Burnham.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Jack. Just let's run through then. Obviously, you mentioned Darren Jones there has been urged to run by some Labour MPs. If there is a race here, what could the potential timelines be? And if not, then what does that mean for Andy Burnham?
Yeah, so nominations to be Labour leader and therefore Prime Minister open on the 9th of July. They close on the 16th of July. Anyone wishing to stand would need the support of 81 Labour MPs. Now, it may be that Darren Jones or somebody else in that sort of wing of the party, supporters of Sir Keir Starmer, can get those numbers. It doesn't look like anybody else other than Andy Burnham will be able to. He'll comfortably have those numbers. When he arrived in Parliament today, there were around 200 MPs in a photo taken behind him. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're backing him, but it's probably quite a good indicator. So if there is no contest, then Andy Burnham could become Prime Minister straight away. Now, there appears to be a bit of a split within his team about whether they want that to happen. One person I spoke to, who's been doing some work on policy for Andy Burnham, acknowledged that they're not ready. They were a bit worried about the prospect of him being the Prime Minister in a few weeks' time. If there is a contest, then in theory that could run on into early September. It would be Labour members who then got to decide which of the contenders became leader and became Prime Minister. But as I say, that is looking less likely as the hours go by.
And speaking tonight in the Oval Office, President Trump said the Prime Minister had failed to deliver on several fronts.
I think he's a lovely man, but I said, you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill. It's one of the great fields in the world, and they haven't even found most. You know that the UK buys much of its energy. You know where? Norway. You know where they get their oil? The North Sea. The UK has a much better portion of the North Sea. They don't want to do it for environmental purposes, okay? And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said, we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you. Now, that was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems, energy and immigration and crime. But energy and immigration.
And in other news, a 36-year-old man from Edinburgh has appeared in court charged with 5 counts of attempted murder linked to terrorism after a series of attacks in the city on Friday. Lewis Hawkes, who was also charged with robbery and breach of the peace, did not submit a plea. And the Met Office is warning that extreme heat for large parts of England and Wales could lead to serious illness or danger to life when a red alert comes into force on Wednesday. People are being urged to consider changing their daily routines, with temperatures forecast to climb as high as 40 Celsius. An amber alert is already in place.
5 Live Sports.
After the final whistle has sounded,
I think it's safe to say there's only one place to start.
Dive deeper into the World Cup on BBC Sounds.
I think it's the right decision.
It restores your faith in sport. Discover a range of podcasts featuring analysis, in-depth interviews and stories you may never have heard before.
We have a slight problem with our commentary position. As I said, we can't see half of the pitch. From the Football Daily to the Wayne Rooney Show and Gamescom, the Steve Bratnell podcast.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Welcome back to 5 Live Sport then. We are live from New Jersey, full commentary on the way on 5 Sports Extra of the game, a few miles away from here at the MetLife Stadium, which is Norway versus Senegal. So that's 1 a.m. your time. Just before that, so at 10 to 1, we are hoping that we're going to be getting back underway with France 1, Iraq 0 to get the second half, which will be here on 5 Live. So players will be making their way out shortly, if not already, to start a sort of a second warm-up. So we'll take you back there before too long, but this gives us a good opportunity to look ahead to the game on Sports Extra, Norway versus Senegal. Efan Akoku and Jonathan Pearce, your commentary team. Jonathan, the weather it's not been great, has it? But it's looking better where we are, and I think we're about 20 miles away.
That's right. It's been raining around New York for the last 4 hours, but it's nothing really much. As long as we don't have the lightning that was down in Philadelphia, because if it's lightning within 8 miles of a stadium, then they will get the crowd out of the stadium. They will delay the game, and we've seen that already. This should be a really good match here. A win for Norway would take them through to the knockout phase. Senegal can't be knocked out tonight because they play Iran in their last game in the group, Iraq I should say, but they, I thought, were a little bit unlucky in their opening game when they came across and inspired Kylian Mbappe in the second half. They created chances in the first. Nicholas Jackson hit the post, so they might spring a surprise against Norway, Steve, but they can't keep clean sheets in World Cup games. 12 matches without keeping a clean sheet, and on the other hand, Norway have got the scoring machine, haven't they? Erling Haaland, he's only scored in his last 11 internationals in a row, Steve, so, you know, how can they keep him quiet? Efan might know the answer to that one.
I'm not sure that they can, to be honest, JP. When you've defended that poorly, when you concede so many goals, there's usually a reason why. Normally, there's one or two. If Norway get the service to Haaland, you'd imagine that he will snap up one or two opportunities. So you would have to say fight fire with fire. Make sure that your team is firing on all fronts, something that they weren't able to do against the French. They just got blown away, really, didn't they, last half an hour against France. That's no disgrace at all. France have got some wonderful players, some of the best players in the world in attacking positions, indeed, all over the field. So that's something that they will be looking, to bounce back against. But this is more of a measure, for Norway, for sure. The first game against Iraq was a bit of a walkover eventually, but this will truly tell us where the Norwegians are, and of course Senegal need at least a point.
A little bit disappointed, Steve, we're not seeing Ibrahim Mbaye from the start. He's a 17-year-old who scored that lovely goal the other day, but he's only on the bench. Both teams unchanged, by the way.
I think, Efan, I'm really interested to see the battle between Koulibaly and Haaland, because Kalidou Koulibaly to still be going at 35. I mean, I know these days it feels like 40 is the new 30 sometimes when you look at the age of these international footballers. But I know this is the kind of thing you say immediately before Erling Haaland scores 4 or 5 goals in a game. But because of the kind of centre-back that Koulibaly is, do you think, given the awful choice between facing Mbappe and facing Haaland, Haaland might be more within his skill set than facing Kylian Mbappe was?
Yeah, Haaland is less likely to run centre-halves all over the field, and because Norway will be playing with two fellow strikers, especially with Sørloth alongside him as well, it will be more of a physical battle. So as long as you're ready for that kind of challenge anyway. France probably won't have, Norway probably won't have as much of the ball as the French did in the latter part of the game. So as long as Senegal remain competitive in the middle of the park, and then it will certainly give the Norwegian defence a lot to think about themselves. How do you really deal with Haaland? Stop the service, because if you can, and then you do have a chance. But ultimately, if he gets 3 or 4 good chances a game, he's going to score 1 or 2. And don't rule him out, for winning the Golden Boot. He's got 2 so far, and so Messi's on 5. There's a few players certainly within those sights. So, but as I said, a really well-balanced game. This will be a good test, to see where both teams really are.
Do you know, Jonathan, I really wish I could remember who said this, because whoever they are, they're far more intelligent than me. But it was talking about the way that New York and New Jersey have been such a great spot for the World Cup because of this idea that if the world had a capital city, then New York would certainly be up there as a contender, even though it's not the actual capital of this nation, because of the diaspora, which is a word that I've said more times during the last 2 weeks than the previous 40 years. But this fixture will be brilliantly attended. I was in Times Square earlier today and there were hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of Norway fans. There were so many Senegal shirts here before the France game. The atmosphere will be brilliant for this match.
Yeah, there are 4.5 million Norwegians living in the United States of America, mainly up in the upper Midwest and the Pacific Northeast, but a lot of them will have travelled down. They're here in their tens of thousands. We expect the Viking Row. The Norwegian Parliament were doing, that was lovely to watch the video on YouTube of them doing the Norwegian Viking Row the other day. And they'll do it. They're great fun. I mean, the pictures in Times Square were wonderful. And wherever you go with them, I remember back in previous competitions in 1994, they were great to be at. They were down in Florida as well, where the Dutch were there in their numbers, and the Dutch are always fantastic fans to be with because, win or lose, I was going to say they're there for the booze, but you know what I mean, win or lose, they're there to have a party, and that's what they do. And the Norwegians are just to say, and they make fans like this, forget the results, fans like that make World Cups, and that is what's largely been forgotten in the build-up to this competition. And I hope they're still, either the Norwegians or the Dutch, the Scots, of course, how they've absolutely won the hearts in Boston, and the English as well. Let's hope that fans, the Argentine supporters earlier on today, all wonderful, and that's what makes a World Cup.
Genuinely, this is one of the games I've most been looking forward to, Effin, in the first round of fixtures. The atmosphere and what it's going to be is part of that, but it's also, you know, especially on a day like today where we've had the sort of frustrations of the delays to the France-Iraq game. You know, you've got two brilliantly backed sides, but you've also got two teams with so much power, so much pace in them. They've both got goals in them. I know this is setting us all up for a massive failure, but it feels like a great World Cup game to me. This two different continents, it's got everything.
On paper, yes, absolutely. You know, one of the games, you know, that everybody was looking forward to, I think, when the draw was made, along with the first game in the group as well. You know, Senegal against France, which I thought was a very good game. So if we can get anything like that, I think we are in for a real treat. We always hope that, you know, the big stars will shine. Mane, the goalkeeper will play well, you know, for Senegal, hopefully. Koulibaly, who you've mentioned as well. So. And some good young players as well, you know, for both sides. So we've seen some great matches so far. We saw a good one earlier on with Messi scoring, you know, 2 goals again. So it's everything, you know, to play for, especially from a Senegalese point of view. Absolutely, you know, they must get a point. They'll go into that Iraq game thinking that, you know, we should win that, but you know that will still have to be won. So if they can get a point here, but play to win. If they play to win, they've got a great chance of getting at least that point. And Norway, more than likely, if things are tight towards the end of the second half, you know, 1-1, 2-2, 0-0, whatever the score may be, you would imagine the Norwegians will be happy to take that 1 point, you know, knowing that 4 points heading into the France game will put them in a fantastic position to qualify.
Great stuff, fellas. Thank you very much indeed. Effin Okoku and Jonathan Pearce, your commentary team for Norway versus Senegal. The game is here, where I'm speaking to you from, in New Jersey. It's over at the MetLife Stadium, so you'll be able to get that one in full on 5 Sports Extra when it kicks off in 15 minutes' time. Here on 5 Live, of course, we'll be sticking with the game that we started with, and that is France versus Iraq in Philadelphia. Ian Dennis, are you back in position? Have you hightailed it?
Yes, we have. We've removed the tarpaulin sheets. George, I've got to say, the producer today has played an absolute blinder because he'd bunkered everything down, and then he also managed to bring a towel that has gone down very well with our Spanish and Danish counterparts from the media to wipe the desk, to wipe the seats. However, when we came out after speaking to you from the media centre, it was still raining very, very heavily. It's eased now. The clouds, though, are lifting. However, such was the ferocity of the torrential downpour that the ground staff at the moment, surface water, had appeared over on the far side, both sides of the halfway line, towards the stand on the opposite side. So at the minute we've got 4 men with sweepers just trying to brush it off the sidelines.
I just want to say, Ian Dennis, that producer George Cummins is having a great World Cup so far. Looked after me when I got ill, looking after all of the broadcasters there. Just goes to show, never upset your producer.
No, he's done it blinder. Plus, as well, he's got to drive us back to New Jersey tonight. So,
and the better news is when we're giving them all these nice words, they can't hear us. That makes it even better.
Oh, hey, Jules, are you back?
I'm back as well. I made my way. We got drenched too on the way. I've never seen so much rain in my whole life, apart from that 2012 France v Ukraine game. But the deluge was incredible, and now they're sweeping the water or try to off that pitch, a bit like they do at the US Open. You know, when it's raining there for the tennis. It's just incredible. I don't know the quality of that pitch and how it will hold up for the second half. But after such a long break too, I'm not sure how long it will take the players maybe to go back into the groove of it.
I've got to say as well, Steve, the stadium I think has been re-energised. Despite we were trying to work out what must be close to a 2-hour break. When the first half officially finished, they were told to leave the stadium. There's still a healthy crowd in here. They're all still wearing their multicoloured ponchos. They're currently dancing to the Killers and Mr. Brightside, but the atmosphere feels probably the best it's felt all night.
To be honest, the DJ's had a blinder, an absolute blinder in here. Everyone, it's kind of almost like the spirit
Cliff
of
Richard
war.
on centre court.
I mean, we had
No,
Stephen
not
Warnock
quite
on the Macarena earlier, so I tell you about it.
With the Killers, I feel like I'm back in Budapest at the Champions League final again, because we had them live in front of us. I know what you mean, though, Ian. I can hear it. You know, I can hear the stadium singing along and everything. What a strange old night this has been. Are we still expecting to be underway in 2 minutes then?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the players have they've been warming up. They've taken off now the tracksuit tops. So I think we're looking still to get underway in 2 minutes' time. Although the ground staff are still having to work away very, very hard to get a lot of that surface water off.
It's only one small patch though. That's the good thing. It's not in a massive part of the pitch. There are only 4 of them working on it, but it is about a 30-yard square area that's held the water up a wee bit, and they seem to be doing a decent job with it.
If this pitch holds up, considering the chat that we've had around the grass here and some of the pitches and stuff like that, considering they're not football stadiums either, a lot of the stadiums underneath is concrete. That's why it could be difficult for the grass. If this one holds up, and from where we are and we're really high, it looks okay for now, then that would be a hell of a result, I think, because you could easily have seen a stadium that is not a football stadium like that, that's not used to be in those kind of conditions, being completely destroyed by the deluge of rain we've just seen.
Jules, how intense has it looked out there with the warm-ups? Does everybody look sort of very confident or confident enough in the surface, and how sort of hard are they going?
I mean, the French are doing shots on target, you know, as you do at the end of a warm-up session. None of them is scoring, apart from Adrien Rabiot, but everybody was hitting the ball out wide or on the keeper, which made me a bit worried. But it will feel weird for them too, obviously, and they're probably dying to play again now and finish off with this game, but it's far from ideal. And in terms of the rhythm that, to be fair, the French didn't have in that first half, then I think it would be a problem. It just feels like a very long water break, basically, that we have usually in each halves.
DJ absolutely smashing it, Pat, again.
It's not gone quite as well with the fans, but yeah, the tunes are coming. He actually doesn't want this half-time to finish. He or she doesn't want this half-time to finish, because getting a real chance to put some bangers, everyone jumping them down. And of course there's the relief of the fans as well. They're going to get a game of football back on. You know, they were absolutely soaked, but they've got that happiness, and everyone's nodding their heads and bouncing along beside us. It's a good. I hope the players don't come back on and then go, right, we'll just pass the ball dully around. Come on, don't do that.
Don't do that. Yeah. And you have the big screens as well, so the fans can see themselves sometimes on the big screens, which I think encouraged everybody to do the dancing and the singing, because you might find yourself on that huge screen on each side of the ground, watched by the whole stadium.
It'll be great to get back underway, and you could say it's been a journey.
Oh. Hey. Surprised they didn't play, was it Delamitri? Why does it always rain on me?
Yeah.
That's Travis.
Was that Travis?
This could go a long way, this rain one.
Well, I avoided the obvious one of Raintown and Deacon Blue. I thought that was just being too predictable.
Listen, Travis, just another great Scottish rock band, so they're fine. By all means, just jump in and tell me to shut up whenever you need to, because obviously I'm miles behind you on the pictures I'm looking at. But what I can see, Pat Nevin, and Jules was kind of leading into it a bit there, everybody sort of looks like they're finding their sea legs a little bit out there.
Yeah, it's just not something you prepare for. I mean, there's very few things in football you don't prepare to some degree for. You know, weird things that happen in the game, you go down to 10 minutes. Okay, everyone knows generally. You know the system you go into, you know what you have to do. Just weird things happen in football. Most of the time, you're prepped for them. You ain't prepped for this one. You don't do it. No one thinks about it. Although, oddly, in the fact that we know the weather's going to be rather extreme in this World Cup, I suppose the backroom staff, they will have prepped for it themselves. But the players, no, you don't consider this one. So, yeah, getting themselves ready again, feeling comfortable about it. Do you know the odd thing when they come out? When they all come out again, and Jules was saying, and he was saying, it was absolutely bucketing down. You're soaked. Honestly, it's like standing in a shower, right? And then suddenly you got this, didn't play football on this, you know, without, and then when you warm up, you completely and utterly forget about it. It's as if it never happened. It's as if you're playing in normal conditions. And in fact, I don't know about all the rest of you, you play a game, and yourself, Steve, playing the other day over in Manhattan. I love playing in rain. It's great fun.
Just to say, we are going to got another update. We were looking at a start of 10 to 8 local time, but it's now going to restart at 8 o'clock in the evening here in Philadelphia. And have I told you that we've got no hydration break second half, Steve?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so due to the surrounding weather conditions, please note that there will be no hydration break during the second half. It's football as we used to know it.
Hey. The other funny thing here, Jules, is that the DJ is a little bit like one of those DJs at a wedding, whereby they sort of pause between songs in case the bride appears. You could tell they sort of stopped there between that and this to be like, am I playing another one? Am I playing another one? Yes, I'm playing another one. We go again.
I've got the time. Here we go.
Everyone looks like they're having a great time, though. Like I'm seeing the fans have all got ponchos and everything. Surreal, but you know, listen.
It's that.
Great that they're all enjoying
it. And the football wasn't great in the first half, apart from the goal from Mbappe, as we said. And at least they will remember this day for. This is a unique moment for. We've done hundreds of games and thousands, and we thought about it earlier. Pat had one game. Deno had one game like this before. I had that one in Ukraine, and that was it. This never happened, so at least people will have a story to tell. Oh, remember that day in Philly when the heavens opened, and then we had this huge karaoke at halftime during the break before the second half started.
Right, so we've got 6 minutes to go until we get back underway. I'm guessing there are no changes then? Would we know that already, Ian, do you think? I mean, surely they wouldn't have a delay just at the end of a delay.
Well, no, what will happen is when just before the second half is about to resume, that's when we would get to see any activity. At the minute, because there's still 6 minutes due to the interruption because of the adverse weather, we're not going to, we won't get that. They won't show their hand just yet. And also that problem area with the surface water is still an issue because the foreground staff now has trebled, and so that they are just trying to get rid of that surface water on both sides of the halfway line on the far side. I suspect that is the reason why we've got another 10-minute delay, or a further 10-minute delay.
And it's only the 22 players on the pitch now. The subs are all onto the bench. They're recovering, all the staff are recovering all the balls, and those 22, I think, were the 22 that finished that first half, so there should not be any changes.
Another thing, we all know what happens in these conditions. The referee runs over with the ball and rolls the ball along to see if it picks up any water or it slows it down. No signs of the referee doing that yet, is there? He's standing in the near side here, but they will not. They will be very wary of starting the game if that ball isn't rolling, or if they kick it and it stops, because that can be a bit of a dangerous thing for players. So that's the last test we have to do.
I don't know, I could listen to another half hour of this set though. I mean, it just keeps getting better and better, to be honest with you. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, we'll be back underway. Jules, this is the moment you've been waiting for. What do you want to see from this France team when they kick a ball again?
And do not say that you're living on a prayer hoping that the game starts.
Deno, what would be your karaoke song? First song, one song only.
Oh, it's well, people would say Dignity, but I would go no.
Okay.
Loaded, Deacon Blue.
Do you like Deacon Blue, Deno? You've never mentioned.
Oh, no, I haven't. No,
never.
That was Jules.
Hold on, you started this. What I loved, Ian, is how excited you were to be asked the question, what would your karaoke... That's the most excited I've ever heard you at a question.
I lost my train of thought now.
What do you want to see from France, Jules?
Yes, I want to see the transformation that we saw against Senegal. How average or poor the first half was, how much better the second half was, and again them turning on that switch again to play with more urgency, to play with more rhythm, and because again this is not what this team is capable of that we've seen so far. Too pedestrian for me.
Oh, Pat, as a DJ, you've got to approve that they're even stopping the music to allow the a cappella chorus now.
Yeah, they're keeping them very, very lively. They know their audience, there is no doubt about that. We might not share exactly the same taste in music, but it doesn't matter. The audience are absolutely loving it and jumping about. In fact, I'm beginning to think they're not convinced they want this game to start again. They've had too good a time here. They think they're at a rock gig and the classic one of jumping up and down at every opportunity. Although I have to say, I'm not sure the Iraqis are jumping up and down quite as much. On the right hand side there's a bit of movement, but it's not quite as much as the Frenchies. I'm allowed to say Frenchies, Jules?
Yeah?
That's okay, good.
Bit late if you're not.
Yeah. The ship has sailed. Just
That's
for
not
the
another Dignity reference, is it?
No, it's not, but it could easily have been. From a football perspective on Iraq, Pat, it's just same again if they can remember how they did it, isn't it? Because they were doing it pretty much as they possibly could.
They could have done. I thought they were very, very brave the way they were playing. I thought they were technically very good indeed, particularly on the left-hand side. Left-hand side against top players, top world-class players. They did not look spooked. They did not look as if, we're afraid of you in any way. We know you're good players, give you enough respect, but we're not just going to pass the ball and lift it long and kick it away. We're going to manipulate the ball between each other. We're going to hold it well. We're going to try and break in numbers when they get a chance to do it. Now, the quality hasn't been absolutely fantastic in the last third from the Iraqi players, but you only need one of them to go in. And in these conditions, we mentioned when it started raining, you could be a mistake. People slipping, the ball skidding, all these things can happen. This isn't Iraq, this is in Iraq's favour. Keep on doing what you're doing, hassle the opportunity out of the players, particularly defenders. As an attacker, you love it when it's conditions like these, because you just wait for defenders' mistakes and they're more likely to happen when it's like this. I think we're getting close.
Yeah, we're getting very close. All right, just before we get back underway then, Jules, I think it is worth saying Iraq doing a very good job of underlining a point that some of the nations have done about the size of this tournament and deserving to be there. They've performed admirably.
Absolutely, and as you said, they were brave enough to try to play. They were not scared or fearful or anything like that. And yeah, okay, they haven't had a chance or anything like that, but I think they've showed really good heart and good composure, and they made this French team play as average as they did.
Right, Jules, thank you very much for helping us out with that. Much appreciated. And I can tell you that if you want the commentary on 5 Sports Extra, you can get it right now. It has just kicked off, that game between Norway and Senegal. We can also welcome listeners to all of BBC Local Radio. We've had a bit of a journey over the course of the last 2 hours and 10 minutes. That's the length of time since the first half between France and Iraq ended. So, it's been a little bit of a build-up, and we're ready to go. Ian.
Thank you, Steve. Well, it was just over 2 hours ago that we were told to evacuate our positions due to the adverse weather conditions. But the countdown you can hear in the background is the second half is about to resume. Listen to the noise as the ball is back underway. And the second half starts, and it will be a full second half with no hydration breaks. No quarters in this time in Philadelphia as France lead Iraq by 1-0. France are in the second half all in blue, playing from right to left as we look. A reminder of the teams. I think we all need a reminder of the teams. Maignan in goal, Koundé, Saliba, Upamecano and Luka Dean. A midfield of Kone and Rabiot, and then Barcola, Elise, Dembele and Kylian Mbappe. It seems like yesterday when he scored that goal to give France the lead, and indeed if you're listening back in the UK, it was yesterday when he gave France the lead after 10 minutes. This is how Iraq are lining up. Basel is in goal, the goalkeeper, Hussein Ali, Hashim, Tassin and Doski, Bayesh, Alamari, Ismail and Iqbal, Kassem and Al Hamadi are the two up front, and they are playing all white from left to right. And everything, Pat, will be all right on the night.
Yes, it would appear so. Again, it's a nice little zip to the start of the second half. They've had so long to prepare for it, and also sometimes rain on a pitch just makes it that little bit zippier. So I'm hoping for better things in the end of the first half for France.
So it's just gone 1 o'clock in the morning back in the United Kingdom. You're listening on 5 Live, the BBC Sounds app, and now across your local radio stations. So thanks for being with us, Pat Nevin and myself, Ian Dennis. Argentina and Austria, Norway, Senegal in Group I is on Sports Extra. Argentina beat Austria 2-0 earlier on, and then Jordan, Algeria will follow a little later on in the early hours. But France are attacking, they're playing from right to left as we look, and that surface water appears to have been dealt with on that far side. France looking to try and get back into some sort of a rhythm after that lengthy delay due to storms in the Philadelphia area. The good news is for New Jersey for that other game is that they appear to have moved on. Here is Upamecano, 30 yards out from goal, passes the ball out wide. Dembele, it was a rather heavy touch, and it's allowed Bayesh to get there for Iraq. And they still trail by 1-0, Pat.
Yeah, and they're playing little 1-2s inside the box. That's seriously brave, bordering on dangerous. But they got away with it. They played it out well, and they managed to break up the wing. Well played, Iraq.
Bayesh now running forward over on the far side, the left. He goes on the outside. He's helped by the supporting run as the cross eventually is going out of play. It'll be a throw to Iran on the far side.
Do you know what, Ian? What a lovely ripple of applause around us there for that play. From their own box, really neat stuff, 1-2s, brave, taking a little chance, managing to get all the way up the left-hand side. And it wasn't just the Iraqi fans, everyone around said, yeah, we like that, that's good, well played.
I think regardless whether they support France, Iraq, or just a neutral, as here is Barcola forward, left centre of the left corner of the penalty area, Elise central area just outside the D, Kone joining the attack. I think they're just glad to see some football after such a lengthy wait. Still that splashing through the puddles, that surface water on the far side. It held up quite nicely though for Al Hamadi of Luton Town to pass the ball back, and then Hashim, the central defender, goes back to his goalkeeper, still in bright orange with his bald head down below, and we are a long way back here in this main stand of this Philadelphia stadium that opened in 2003 and holds just over 67,500 as Iraq pick up the loose ball just outside the centre circle of their own half. Little bit of a stumble. Hussein Ali, the right back, is an option. Kassim passes the ball now to him as he comes forward. There are men on the edge of the area, and it comes. It required Upamecano to head it away. Headed forward then by Alamari. Kassim passes the ball back. I tell you what, they've made a good start.
They really fancy it, Iraq, just now. They're on the front foot. They've been on the front foot since the start of the second half. A real belief in themselves. However, as we all know, they'll leave yourself a little bit open at the back for a break now and again if you do that.
And this is Mbappe. On his 100th appearance, he's already scored to mark it with a goal. He accelerates left-hand side, delivers across. It's very, very deep, though, from this near side, the left, and a couple of bounces, and it goes out of play for a throw on that far side of the field.
Yeah, I remember the game against Senegal. I was having a chat with Jules beforehand, or at half-time actually, wondering, is it worth putting Mbappe wide? And he didn't go wide, actually. they ended up putting Elise more central, and that cured the problem they had. And just look at it just now, and you think you'd like to get Kylian on Mbappe on the ball, running at people a little bit just now. He's not actually finding any space to run into, but we shall see if he will in time.
That's Pat Nevin, who was given the red card during that lengthy break by a guy who was dressed as a referee. What was all that about?
Show referees love. He was on his own, unsurprisingly.
Iraq are in possession. This is Alamari just inside his own half. They touched the ball in that heavy area of the field. This is the third game of 6 that will host it as a World Cup venue in Philadelphia. They had Ivory Coast beating Ecuador by 1-0, and then only on Saturday Brazil beating Ivory Coast beating Ecuador 1-0 and Brazil beating Haiti 3-0 on Saturday. Currently France leading by 1-0. Iraq able to turn with Ismail in the midfield, passes the ball out wide. It goes early from Doski, the left back, keeping the ball well. And France at the minute,
they're not closing down. They're not. Again, we were all chatting at half time about what France need to do, and do they need to kind of close down a little bit higher up. They're not. They're not asking a question of the Iraqi defence who are passing the ball comfortably, not feeling under any pressure whatsoever. I have to say, it looks to me like a ploy, but they're getting through so easily. It's quite shocking actually to see France struggling to get a kick of the ball here.
This is Iqbal on that far side, and then the turn.
And the referee's not given that.
Didn't go out of play.
Look, it's one of those ones that there is a change in some of the refereeing standards. Players going down after bumping into people. You bump into people. Go on with it. You don't always have to go down, and I'm quite impressed with the referee there.
Mbappe picks it up on the halfway line, bursts forward, lays it out towards the left-hand side. Barcola now on this near side, gets away from the challenge of Hussein Ali, the right back, but Hussein Ali tries to wrestle his way back into it as he fights for the ball, helped out by Dean of Aston Villa. This is Elise. Elise runs away from Alamari, then passes the ball to Koundé, the right back. Now Dembele skips away from the challenge of Doski, the left back, down towards the byline, sends over the cross, it's deep, the header forward by Barcola, drops towards Dean. Dean plays the ball back, looks to cut it on the edge of the area, but there was Ismail to intercept, but then just coming back and easily dispossessing him was Kylian Mbappe to redeem himself. I think he might have been irked by Ismail, and Mbappe now drifts back out to the left-hand side.
He gets... they're desperate for him to go on the ball. Almost everyone in this stadium, unless you're in the Iraq fan, they're desperate for him to go on the ball because they know that something special is likely to happen.
Dembele runs forward at his man, down towards the byline, cuts it back, but it had already gone out of play for a goal kick. A reminder that in Group I, France will qualify if they top the group. And then obviously depending what happens between Norway and Senegal, but should Norway beat Senegal, and they're both on 6 points at the top of Group I, they will meet in Boston on Friday to decide who wins the group, while Senegal and Iraq will meet in Toronto. Oh, what a mistake by the goalkeeper, and Mbappe scores! Horrendous mistake by Ahmed Basel. He gifted the ball to Dembele, who unselfishly gave it back towards Mbappe. Dembele could have scored his first goal in a major tournament there. He was so unselfish, and Mbappe's just backed another brace. And France now lead by 2-0.
I mean, well done. If someone leaves it for you in a plate, you have to take the chance. And he's given it to Mbappe there. You're right, he could have scored himself. It's a tap-in. But that's right up there with the worst mistakes in this competition so far. There was the one, obviously, that Haaland scored. He caught the goalkeeper when he was closed down in their first game, in the Norwegian first game. But that was awful. The play from a goal kick. And to be honest, I'm not blaming the goalkeeper there. He's not taking the free kick.
You're blaming Tassin?
Yeah, Tassin's played that to the goalkeeper. And it's not right at him. Played his feet, then he deals with it. He plays it ahead of him. He's not on his toes. I'll be honest, I'll blame both of them. If you're going to play that ball, be alert and be aware. And what a shame for the Iraqis, because they've been the better side in the second half, the start of the second half, and they have just been gifted, the French team, a game. And that's 2 goals for Kylian Mbappe, and he's not finished yet.
No, he's not. So he moves away tonight from Gerd Müller, and now Ronaldo of Brazil. He moves level with Miroslav Klose, who before this tournament was the record goal scorer in World Cup history. Mbappe goes on to 16, and he's 2 behind Lionel Messi, who had bagged a couple earlier on. But it's almost as if anything you can do, Lionel, I will try and match it.
It's like a personal battle.
It is.
It's actually ridiculous that's how personal this battle seems to be. I'm not saying it's nasty, but if you're doing it, I'm going to do it. And there have been times when I look at centre forwards or strikers, and that's all they're interested in. And you think, look, stop doing that. Do the right thing for the team. Doesn't feel like that. Them two, those two are generally doing the right things as well.
Rabiot was looking to link up with Elise, he was looking for a penalty, the referee says not. The mistake at the back there, I think, was possibly worse than, if you recall, on the opening day, South Africa against Mexico, where they tried to play it out from the back and they gifted a goal. I mean, that was horrendous.
It was absolutely awful. I mean, in general terms, classically, and I know there's reason for it. By the way, they've got another goal kick. They ain't playing this one short. It's going to get lumped without a shadow of a doubt. A real shame for teams like that, but I have to say, I would go through a career of seasons on end and never see that happening, and you see it all the time now.
It remains 0-0 in the other game that's currently on Sports Extra. It was a 1 o'clock kickoff back in the UK. Norway against Senegal. Commentary with Jonathan Pearce and Efan Okuku. And once that we've finished here with the second half of this delayed game, this severely delayed game, then you'll get the second half of that one that is currently being played in New Jersey. And I overheard Jules having a conversation with John Bennett earlier on, and I'm pretty sure that John Bennett said that Miroslav Klose reached his 16 goals in 24 games.
Yeah.
Lionel Messi did it in 28.
That's right.
Mbappe
16.
Well, this is his
16th game.
16th game.
Yeah. 16 in 16.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I mean, and also he's 4 goals in 2018, 8 goals in 2022, and he's already matched that tally now of 4 from Russia, and is easily going to add to it. Here he is again. Mbappe looking for a hat-trick. Tees up the chip off the crossbar.
5-a-side play. Absolute 5-a-side play.
That was Elise who did the delicate chip, and it came back off the crossbar. The reason I paused, he was wearing blue boots in the first half. He's change of footwear for Elise.
Good spot. Well done. Good spot. But it was a lovely little dink. He's at an angle. He's probably about 10 yards out. Keeper's coming sort of towards him, and he has dinked it beautifully over the top, and the keeper was never going to get near it, and it just touched the top of the crossbar and came out. Unlucky not to fall to a blue player as well, but that was you shall see if we start seeing the flicks and the tricks now from Le Bleu.
Just wondering as well if there's just been a slight tweak to the system, that Dembele seems to be more central, and Elise has gone back out to the right hand side as Elise plays a delightful forward ball to Mbappe. What a touch that was from Mbappe. Mbappe to Elise. He's forced out a little wide on that right hand side. France lead by a 2-0. He's away from that one, is Elise. Shimmies his shoulders, pulls it back. Dembele, what a save! And the header then from close range from Rabiot is headed wide.
This is more like it. Much more like it from the French. This is what I expected to happen after the first goal. Think, okay, you got the goal now, right? Turn up. Start doing it. Start showing people your capabilities. Enjoy yourself. Show your skills. And then it just didn't happen. Well, finally, after the second goal, it is beginning to happen. Again, the conversation we had at half-time. The first half against Senegal, you weren't seeing much. First half against the Iraqi side was okay, but not brilliant. But the second half in the first game was great, and the second half now is beginning to bubble up as the Ermak approaches.
Yes, we've been playing for nearly 15 minutes in this second half. Ahmed Basel will take the goal kick for Iraq, trailing by 2-0. Dean heads it powerfully forward. It was missed there at the back, and it almost ran through for Kylian Mbappe. Tassin actually, since that mistake, has been replaced. Sulaka has just come on to replace him. So Rebin Sulaka, who's a 34-year-old defender, he's certainly well travelled. He's played in Portugal, He's played in Thailand, Sweden, South Korea, Serbia, but has been a regular over the years, as that was a little bit too close for comfort for the goalkeeper as Dembele raced towards him. So the central defender, Zahid Tassin, who was actually on a yellow card anyway, has been replaced. So Salaka has come on to take his spot at the heart of that defence alongside Akim Hashim. And they've just made another change as well, and that is Zayed Ismail, who has gone off, and Youssef Amin has come on to replace him in the midfield. He plays in Cyprus, a German-born winger, in fact an ex-German youth international, 22 years of age, coming on for his 28th appearance. So we'll see how that affects their shape for Iraq, who are 2-0 down. 61 minutes played. Pat Nevin.
Yeah, they make the changes very quickly down there, and that's what they're trying to do with FIFA in this World Cup, that you're not waiting for ages and people are walking off. It's lightning quick, and the game almost doesn't stop.
Yeah.
And if the way we are just now, it's impossible to see just over the tops of the heads of the journalists in front of us, so they can make those changes, and of course you have no idea they've happened until they come up on the big screen.
Yeah, they've got 10 seconds to leave the field of play. It was one of the crackdown on time wasting as one of the new laws introduced for this World Cup in North America, Canada and Mexico. France are leading by 2-0. I can only imagine that Jules is a little happier now, because he was stood up before. I was worried for you, but you're looking a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, a little bit. Although I still think this team could do so much more and so much better, but at least, like you and Pat have just said, there's a bit more of that urgency, there's a bit more of those combinations, there's a bit more of running behind, like on that ball from Olise to Mbappe just a bit earlier, which we didn't see at all in the first half, for example. So it is a bit better, but there's still some sloppy passes, like just now for Koundé. It's an easy ball, and I know the conditions are not perfect, obviously, especially on that right hand side with the where the pitch is a bit waterlogged, but I still expect so much more. But in a way, they will go from strength to strength again, and it's probably not a bad thing not to peak too early either.
Julien Laurent of ESPN, who's with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live. France lead by 2-0. And we've been playing for 62.5 minutes. And this is Iraq with Hussein Ali, the right back. Just leaves it in the midfield for Zidane Iqbal. And now taking over is Amir Alamari. But they're just happy to keep the ball in that middle area of the field. And in fact, Pat, as well, it was a temporary switch. Dembele's gone back outright. Yeah,
another thing is the jeopardy that was there has been taken away. 1-0, it's always there. There was a little bit of nervousness, a little bit of fear that you could feel from some of the French fans, particularly one sitting nearby. But that's kind of gone now. There's a real comfort, a real confidence about the French team now. Yeah, we'll play it, we'll relax, we're cool.
Ball hit over the top, looking to try and get Iqbal away. Interception from Upamecano, the layoff by Kone. And then Rabiot actually had to do well as he splashed his way through the puddles on the far side, because Iraq decided to press, but they've kept the ball despite all of that, have France, who lead by 2-0. 2 goals from Kylian Mbappe. We've already had Lionel Messi with a World Cup record. We could be having another one here tonight, because for Didier Deschamps, the outgoing manager of France, this will be his 16th win at a World Cup, and it will equal the record of that of Helmut Schön, whose ultimate record he wants to beat of managing the most games for one nation in the history of the World Cup, because this is his 21st game, and Helmut Schön had 25 matches in charge of West Germany. That's for another day. France, though, are well on course for the 3 points that will see them qualify from the group stages. They beat Senegal 3-1, and they're looking at back-to-back wins for opening games of what will be a 4th successive World Cup, where previously it happened only once in the 13 earlier editions. Pat Nevin.
See the tricky bit you've got. Deschamps got some decisions to make quite soon, just over an hour. I'll finish that in a moment.
This is Dembele coming in with a shot on the run, takes a deflection behind for a corner kick. France lead 2-0, 65 minutes played, 5 Live.
Yeah, a couple of difficult decisions to make. Look, he's going to have to rest players at some point here. It's a long old tournament. You don't want to take chances with injuries. We've had a massive break at half time. some muscles might not be quite right when you come back on. He would hate if one of these big players get injured between now and the end of this game.
Ball comes in from Dean, glancing header is off target by Saliba. Took a deflection on its way through, another corner kick to France.
And very quickly, the other point I would make is, but how brave is he? Will he take off Mbappe when he's not had his hat-trick?
Well, that's the other thing about, hold on, here is Dembele, that's a sharp turn, Dembele! Hits the side netting, right-footed. Some of the supporters in front of us thought it had gone in, but it's a goal kick, still 2-0. The change of criteria before, France would have been able to rotate players. However, the fact now that they are playing Norway, surmising that Norway do indeed beat Senegal, means that he might not be able to take such a decision, and he might have to go as strong as he possibly can should France want to put priority on finishing top of the group. Ball into Dembele. Dembele scores! Great forward ball! And the wait is over for Ousmane Dembele. Not just his first goal in the 13th attempt in a World Cup, it's his first goal in 20 for a major tournament. He's broken his duck at last, and France lead by 3-0.
I mean, beautifully taken. The ball slipped through to him, but he's half-turned. Classic for a striker. You know, you're half-turned, you're getting away from the defender. The weight of the ball was perfect. The first touch, absolutely spot on. And as soon as he got it out of his feet, you kind of didn't even think about it. It was going to go in the far corner there. And I suppose what we were talking about all along, and by the way, there's going to be a couple of changes down there. We can't see them from where we are. It was just a question I was asking there. Will you be making the changes? Well, he's going to be making the changes. And I think Dembele's delighted he scored now, because it could be him coming off. We shall see.
20 and 24 are coming on. So Doué is going to be coming on, and Ryan Cherki is going to be coming on.
7 and 11 coming off.
Doué started the last game against Senegal. Cherki was a late substitute. He lasted 87 minutes indeed against Senegal. Jules, how much relief will Dembele be feeling?
Hugely. There's been he has been the debate of the last few days since the Senegal game back home about his positioning, and we said it as soon as that game against Senegal finished. Remember, it was towards the end of our show, and we said, okay, it's not one for now because we don't have the time, but it will a lot be about Ousmane Dembele in the next few days in France, and that's been the case on where to play him. Why don't we get to see the same Dembele with the national team than we get to see with PSG? He's the Ballon d'Or holder. Should you build the team around him? Is he lacking confidence? Is he this? Is he that? And for me, who know him really well, I knew the lack of goals, and not just, as you mentioned, in big tournaments, but also just purely lately with the national team. It hasn't been a good season for him on international level. That didn't really bother him that much, because he knew at some point he could get back there. And tonight, a goal and an assist, even if the assist is an easy one and the goal is an easy finish for a player of his quality, I think that's exactly what he was looking for, even if he was not too bothered by what the debate around him and his position and his level could be.
Yeah, well, Dembele, who scored 20 goals for PSG this year, has actually scored his first goal since Croatia in March 2025. So when Jules is talking about he's not been in form, that's another one for him to get, and especially now because he was. You've got to be this competition for this front line for France, the strength and depth, the quality that they've got. Yeah. If you're not producing, you're going to come under pressure from a Doué or a Cherki or a Barcola.
And that's exactly the way it should be. You want it to be that if you're the national team manager. No one absolutely settled, comfortable, taking it easy. And the other thing is, there is a realistic chance of winning this World Cup. You would love to be in that starting lineup. It starts now.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to show the gaffer, hey, I'm up for it, I'm there, I'm scoring, I'm making goals, I've got the right attitude, I'm working hard. All those things together, and at the moment for Dembele, maybe it's a good moment for him. It's a great moment for him. And do you know what? It probably was coming off anyway. So the last kick before he came off, he scored.
Well, you called it, Pat. You said that will be his last touch. Doué has replaced him. Ryan Cherki has come on for Michael Olise. Iraq have made a change as well. Ibrahim Bayesh has gone off. He's been replaced by Marco Faggi, who plays his football in Italy. He tends to like to play out on the left-hand side. Norwegian-born winger on that left, his 14th appearance. as France leading by 3-0, so they will be qualifying for the knockout stages. A reminder that the winners will play a third place side on that BBC Sport website predictor page that is certainly worth looking at. That would be potentially Sweden as it stands. Norway and Senegal, incidentally, is still 0-0 in the other game in Group I.
That is a big one. I mean, the French obviously would love that to stay as a draw, and that would suit them down to their ground. And that question was asking you before. I mean, who would you want to rest most if you were France just now? It would be Mbappe, really. And you get a feeling if he does get the hat-trick, he'll be off in a flash, right away. But he clearly wants that hat-trick, and it's that chance you take. It's keep him on, but see if you keep him on and he gets injured. You'd be kicking yourself there.
Well, especially given the conditions. I mean, the heavy area of the pitch on the far side, that would be a worry. All it needs is, in these difficult conditions, a little slip or an unfortunate tackle.
Yeah, a stretch. Just stretch the wrong way if you turn. And he does go quite quickly, that lad. He's fairly fast.
By the way, the beauty of the BBC Sounds app is that you can always go back and rewind and listen. And if you, as France are attacking with Cherki right corner of the area, if you miss Pat Nevin tell his great Chelsea story of March 1986 when he was went to Baghdad, then just feel free to rewind on the BBC Sounds app and hear him retell that, as we were desperately filling time during the 2-hour delay. And that's the reason why we're still playing here in Philadelphia. But the weather at least has improved in New Jersey, which is where we're heading after this game. Before you know it, Pat, I'm sure the weather will be a lot brighter in Miami.
Yes, I'm rather looking forward to that. At least I think I am as a Scotsman. Covering the Brazil game in 2 days' time.
Heads it down to Dean, hooked over his head. Rabiot just tickles the ball inside then to Upper Meccano. Tomorrow night, or later tonight, depending where you're listening, England-Ghana, live from Boston. Kick-off is at 9 o'clock, all the build-up from 8. And again, because it's on BBC One, you can listen and watch. So John Murray and Paul Robinson, you can watch the game and listen to their coverage through the iPlayer and the BBC Sport website. As running forward on this near side is Amin. Amin likes to go on the outside, but Barcola on good defensive duties, sliding in, and the ball slides behind for a corner kick to Iraq with 17 minutes remaining of normal time.
That was actually really, really funny because he's got the ball there. I mean, he's running up the right wing. Barcola tackled him, slid tackle, didn't get it. But he's not quick enough to get away. So Barcola gets up and he's lightning. He catches him again, slide tackles him, still doesn't get the ball. And then has to get up again, does that again. And eventually, about 50 yards later, gives away a corner kick. But well done, I mean. Not got the pace, but he's got some skill.
Well, they've got this corner kick, which is going to be taken by Zidane Iqbal. It's on the right-hand side, and it fell to Rebin Sulaka, the substitute central defender. Hit it right-footed first time on the half volley, off-target goal kick. France still lead 3-0.
Probably the best chance of the game so far, I would suggest, for the Iraqis. It's come at the back post there. It's a half volley. It's zippy conditions. It's the centre-back. Not everything in their favour. He scored with that opportunity, but he'll be gutted he never quite got it on target.
France give the ball away. And now Iraq on the halfway line. Infield to Iqbal. Iraq can't be eliminated, but they obviously could not progress either from today's game. But they will now have to try and do something special against Senegal in their final group game in Toronto, but bearing in mind that their goal difference has taken an absolute pounding when you consider they were beaten 4-1 by Norway, and then they've shipped another negative 3 goals in this game, 3-0 down. Iqbal plays the ball and spreads it out to this near side for Hussein Ali, controls it, white socks slipping down his shins. Ball played in field, given back towards Armin, able to look up, low sense of gravity. Hussein Ali, diagonal ball played in, cross was eventually coming from Kassim.
That's quite a horrible looking tackle. The referee's let it go. I'm not happy with that. Very ugly.
Trying to see who the Iraqi player down is in. Is on the stretches. Al Hamadi, right-footed as it dropped in from that left-hand side, and it was just running wide. Goal kick.
You're going to have a look at that one there. And I'm sure, well, they always do. We know they always do it. That was another. You're talking the two best chances that Iraq have happened in the last couple of minutes. I mean, not clear-cut chances, a long way away from it, but Al Hamadi's got in there. He's got a toe on it, but not strong enough. And now he's suffering from cramp.
Iraq have made another change. Aymar Sher has come on to replace Amir Al-Amari. So we've now got two players in this Iraq side who've both been named after famous footballers. Zidane Akbal after the Zinedine Zidane, and Aymar Sher named after the former Argentinian player Pablo Aymar, who you might recall from River Plate and Valencia. He plays his football in Norway. It's his 8th appearance. He was Hammarby's youngest ever player at 16, and he was a former Swedish under-21 international who switched allegiance last year. France lead 3-0. Pat Nevin.
I don't know how much you've seen of the original Aymar. He was a fabulous player, brilliant player. 10 control games, wonderful to watch. So if he's half the player that the man he's named after is, he'll be a good player.
Well, he played for River Plate with a guy called Javier Saviola, the White Rabbit, as he was known. As we've been told, it's a full house here tonight, 68,324. And to the credit, I would say the majority of them have still stayed, despite the problems that we've had with the lengthy delay.
And getting absolutely soaked for a long period of time as well.
As the wind picks up here from our lofty position, and Iraq are attacking. Cross on the left-hand side, blocked, and it loops and goes out of play on that far side for a throw that Marco Faggi will look to take level with the penalty area. But France have done their job. 2 wins out of 2. And once again, they're keeping up this record. That means now in 14 of their last 15 games, they've scored at least 2 goals. This is a free-scoring France side.
Yeah, and there is a slight disappointment, and it shouldn't be. I mean, against a team that's been working hard, decent skill levels as well, but they could have scored more.
Yeah.
They could have played better. But then, as Jules is correctly saying, the very, very best teams over the years. I mean, the Germans were very famous for this, growing into tournaments, building themselves into tournaments, not leaving it all out in the pitch in the first few games. It's a long old haul to get to the final, 5-6, and it's never been longer, of course.
Well, if France were a racehorse, you'd be saying they've got course and distance, because they've, under Didier Deschamps, they're looking to become the 3rd nation to reach 3 successive finals. But let's not forget, they have reached the final in 4 of the last 7 World Cups. Here is Turkey. Nice little change of direction on the edge of the area. Iraq clear the ball away only as far as Rabiot, midway through the Iraq half. Every outfield player now is in the half away towards our left, and we've got just over 10 minutes remaining. The referee and FIFA will be delighted that this game has been in a position to conclude, because when we were waiting, we were thinking, what are the protocols? And that Chelsea game against Benfica, a delay of over 2 hours in the Club World Cup last year. The last thing FIFA want was for the players to come back tomorrow to conclude the game.
I made such a mess of everything that in every manner of means, because obviously the fans won't all be able to come back either.
Dean plays the ball down the line, left-hand side of the area for Mbappe. Was he checked? The referee says no. The Canadian official, Drew Fisher, had a really good view of that.
I'm with the referee, 100% with the referee there. Yeah, there's contact, of course there are. I think the defender's just stood his ground. What's he going to do? Disappear? No, I think the referee's got that right. There's times gone by, and very recently, referees were pointing to the spot for that. And it's terribly unfair on the defenders, who all they're doing is standing where they're standing.
Lionel Messi, who has become the top scorer of the tournament so far, on 5. But Mbappe is breathing down his neck with 4, and he's wanting another one. You can just see as the ball is scooped over the top, and Mbappe hits it first time. Right-footed, but it's off target. Goal kick.
He made that run 3 times, and they kept on looking at each other. And there are certain players that can play with each other, and he was playing with Cherki there. Just needing another little shot of that. question over a penalty kick, not a hope in the world. But the understanding, obviously, between Cherki and the referee's having a wee quick word with him. I wonder what saying don't go down so easily again. Mbappe's he's smiling away, I'll give him that. But the understanding between Cherki and Mbappe is pretty special. And if you're a centre forward like Mbappe, like there's not many of them, but your movement's great, your speed is ridiculously good. See if you're a 10 like Cherki is, or Elise is behind him, he is a delight to play with, because he'll keep on making the runs, he'll keep on being intelligent, and you just need to leave the ball in there. And that's exactly what happened there, but he couldn't finish it.
Well, 22 goal involvements he had with Manchester City in his first season. In 52 appearances, he's not a bad return. Played back underway after that goal kick. VAR, as Pat quite rightly says, they'd have had a look at it, but then dismissed it. That was Joe Dickinson, who is the VAR official for this game. That is about 9 minutes away from normal time. France are leading by 3-0. Incidentally, his first goal, Mbappe, was the earliest that he scored in a World Cup final before. His earliest ever goal was against Peru in 2018 after 34 minutes, as Barcola is in now. Barcola runs forward, and that could easily have gone in off an own goal off the outstretched leg of Hakim Hashim. As it was, it bounced off his right knee and diverted behind for a corner kick as France looked for a fourth.
Frightening. The pace of Barcola. You knew about 3 seconds before the ball was played to him, defender's not catching him. You play that ball in there, he is gone.
France are attacking, headed out by Hashim once again. Comes to Koundé, the right back, edge of the area. This is Doué, central position. Iraq now can't get out. They really do have all white shirts back against the wall as Mbappe glides past one challenge, but the flag's up on the far side. It'll be a free kick to Iraq. 8 minutes remain of normal time. Pat Nevin.
Yeah, and he got the ball in the wide left position there, Mbappe, and they just know that it didn't matter what happened, he was going to have a shot. But the referee pulled him up before he got a chance to do that, which was a little bit of shame for him, because he was wanting to have a dig and he didn't get a chance to have one.
Thing is, though, if after watching both the games, as more changes are being made, and this is an opportunity for Didier Deschamps. Koundé and Barcola have come off, and it means that Malo Gusto can get his first appearance in a World Cup finals, the Chelsea player. And Akliouche is also coming on, the Monaco forward. He comes on for his first taste of a World Cup. He's certainly one of the rising stars of French football. I've seen him linked with Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester United and Liverpool. Only made his debut in September of 2025 against Ukraine, but this will be his 10th appearance for his country. So he comes on. And this is the opportunity now to get other members just a little bit of a taste of the World Cup, Pat.
And that's what you want, because everybody will be needed at various points in time. And if you're a player and you go to a competition like this and you're just not getting a chance, you're not getting any minutes, it must make you feel absolutely dreadful, because everyone's celebrating, enjoying it, and you must smile. You must be part of the team, part of the group. But it's a fairly gritted teeth smile for some players, I suspect.
Iraq, as the wind picks up, sweeping in from the right-hand side as we sit high up here in the Philadelphia Stadium. Cherki checked by Amin. The referee was happy to let the challenge go. Amin then had a challenge coming in from Manu Kone in the midfield for France. This is Upamecano across to that far side for Malo Gusto.
Interesting to see if Malo Gusto plays the way he does with Chelsea. You know, every opportunity he gets forward, he gets into positions that a winger would normally get into. So he'll be desperate to do that, because, you know, every single player wants to get a starting berth. And at the moment, as we look up just now, he is pushing up as much as he can.
Yeah, he might have a job to try and dislodge Koundé, who, ever since he switched from a central defender to a right back, has made that position his own, really, for France, who lead 3-0. Just over 5 minutes remaining in the first half of Norway-Senegal, which is currently on Sports Extra in the company of Jonathan Pearce and Efan Okuku. That remains 0-0. That's in the other game as far as Group I is concerned. Here we are on 5 Live, and the referee from Canada has given Iraq a free kick just over the halfway line. Pat Nevin.
Yeah, it's kind of, well, just over 5 minutes to go here. There'll obviously be some time added on. Let's hope not too much. We've been here a long time as it is. But it's been a kind of par performance. I was chatting to Jules beforehand, and I was thinking 4, maybe 5 would be what I would kind of expect out of this. It could easily have been that. Had France played to their capabilities, I think it would have been that. But 3, I think that's perfectly acceptable. As long as they keep a clean sheet, that's imperative now. Do not give away any opportunities. A couple of chances at the start of the second half were, half chances they were for the Iraqi team, but apart from that, they'll look very, very comfortable at the back, France.
Yes, and Iraq are going to become the first Asian nation to suffer 5 opening defeats in World Cup history. They are 3-0 down, 4 minutes remain of normal time. At the back, Sulaka passes the ball out wide near side for Hussein Ali, tries to go down the line, and that was for the run of Youssef Amin, but out it goes, and it'll be a throw that France will take, and back with Saliba. Just wonder, and they talk about rotating players, bearing in mind that Saliba and Upamecano as a central defensive partnership played every minute during the Euros in Germany 2 years ago. Whether they want to keep that level of understanding, keep that partnership.
But they haven't been massively stressed tonight, have they?
No.
And that's the one thing you would say. They've managed the strikers that have been up against them. There have been a couple up against them, and they've never looked as if they were going to be troubled by either of them. There's nothing wrong with Hussein, decent player. Al-Hamadi as well, good player, but it's been a bit of a cruise for them too. So yeah, they've played the game, but have they been tired? Are they going to be walking off with cramp? I doubt it.
No, I doubt it either. As I was just looking at you there, Pat, I was struck by the amber and red lights in the distance of the skyscrapers that are now back in view of Philadelphia away towards our left. As here is Mbappe. His eyes will be looking to shine brightly tonight if he could get a hat-trick late on in this game. He's already got a brace to add to the 2 that he scored against Senegal. France keeping the ball, Rabiot far side. Very, very quiet inside the stadium now. It's almost as if they're watching just with admiration and just hoping to get another glimpse of a bit of more Mbappe magic.
Yeah, it's a training game at the moment for the French.
Mbappe tried to link up with Akliouche. Kone drags it away from his man, runs back towards the centre circle in that central area. This is Upamecano. He plays it forward. Mbappe, first time finish, down into the ground and at the goalkeeper. Flag was up. It was a late flag, but then it was eventually raised. Pat Nevin.
Yeah, it did look as if it was offside there, but you're always wary when he runs off the back of any defender, because you think you look miles offside, and you have to remember the pace of Mbappe. Sometimes when he's completely and utterly onside, he looks offside because he's just so fast and makes so much space for himself.
Norway have just taken the lead. They lead Senegal by 1-0 in the first half of the other game in Group I. So Norway are 1-0 up. It means that...
Do we know the scorer yet?
It's not Haaland. It was Pedersen.
Yeah, right.
Marcus Pedersen has got the goal. That's going to be some encounter to see who decides to top the group, as Cherki picks up this loose ball now, and as he passes it forward, it goes in between Mbappe, who was making a run to the left, and Doué, who was running through the middle.
I think Cherki can't believe what he'd done there. That pass wasn't within 20 yards of one of his 2 strikers that were ahead of him, both making fabulous runs, one right, one left, and not his best moment from Cherki.
Now this is an opportunity for Hussein Ali to stretch his legs, the right back. Leaves it for Amin. But you're right, Pat. The game's been played at a walking pace now. There's no atmosphere inside the stadium.
And understandably, I mean, they've done the job. They've done it professionally, particularly in this second half. The second goal was a killer. Absolutely finished it off totally. And the way it was given away, because you had a real spirit about the Iraqi side. They were beginning to come into it just a little bit, and you just wondered. And then to give away that awful goal, and as I say that, they've just given away possession again.
And the wrong person to give it away to, Mbappe. Mbappe races clear, and then left-footed skies it. He went for power rather than placement, and left-footed in the inside left channel of the area. It whistles its way past the left-hand near post, then out for a goal kick. But again, we just saw a glimpse of that devastating pace that he has at his disposal.
Absolute phenomenal pace there, and the whole place rises to applaud him for what he's done there, and he just runs completely away from him, entire defence there. If he'd have looked up, there was a Dewey pass in the middle which would have been a tap-in. Did anyone in here think that was ever going to happen? Not a chance. He wanted that hat-trick and he was unlucky not to get it, and he's not going to get it, is he?
Kylian Mbappe is replaced. Marcus Thuram is the player who's come on to replace him, son of the World Cup winner Lilian Thuram, and it means that on his 100th appearance he's taken his tally to 60, as France, with Rabiot trying to stab the ball goalwards, goes out for a goal kick. We are in stoppage time. France still lead by 3-0, and 2 minutes, a minimum of 2 minutes to be added on.
Right, talk me through that one. With the substitutions that have been made, etc. Not that anyone is complaining. It's been a long old night for these supporters, and to be honest, I'm very, like you mentioned there, it's late into the evening, longer than everyone expected. A lot have stayed here, haven't they? Even now, a lot are here. Are you shocked by the superior player of the match being Kylian Mbappe?
No.
No, actually, they're just announcing the substitution. He's not been given man of the match.
But I wouldn't be surprised anyway. He's what they would say is a shoo-in.
Yes.
Yeah. So, in the last couple of minutes then of this game, France are leading 3-0. As it currently stands, they are top of Group I, but a lot will depend on how it finishes between Norway and Senegal. That is currently on Sports Extra. They're leading by 1-0. What would your analysis be of this second half without the hydration break, which has been most welcome?
Fabulous, and allowed it to flow so much better. It's kind of ridiculous. Here we go, another half chance here.
This is Akliouche on far side. Right hand side of the penalty area, sends over the cross. Thuram waited, and there indeed is the final whistle. And France have qualified. One of the favourites for the World Cup in 2026 are through with 2 wins from 2 in a game that might be remembered for the magic of Kylian Mbappe, but also the first World Cup match to have a severe impact due to the adverse weather. Pat Nevin.
Yeah, did enough. France, they didn't sparkle in the first half at all, really, apart from a really good strike with his left foot by Kylian Mbappe. And then it kind of went a bit dull, and then we had this massive, gigantic long break. And really, I wasn't actually that impressed with the start that the French made to the start of the second half. But then they got the goal out of nothing. They didn't have to do too much to do it. And then after that, it was an absolute cruise. And we saw 1 or 2 little bits, little tricks, little special moments. And there was only one storyline after that. Does he get his hat-trick? And Mbappe. So he gets his 2 goals, doesn't quite get his hat-trick, had a few chances. But the way that the French are playing, the way that he's playing just now, he's got 2 tonight. He's going to score more goals, and that's plural. Probably many more in this competition. Cruise of a win in the end, and just one word for the Iraqi team. They might be going home quite soon. Very impressed with them. Great attitude, some lovely players down there. But they were unfortunate. They came across a top team. In fact, 2 very good teams in this group, and arguably even 3.
That's Pat Nevin. Jules is also alongside us, and as the French tricolours are being waved away in the end away towards our left-hand side, France are through to the knockout stages. 2 wins from 2, but still not perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Still not perfect in the performances and that consistency over the whole 90 minutes. You know, some moment of brilliance for sure, individually and collectively at times, but still probably much more that they can do as a whole, as a team, all together. And this Norway game now on Friday in Boston looks like it will be the final of this group on who tops it. And I guess the incentive for France to top it is that your run of 32 games will be in New Jersey then, so close from where you are in Boston. Your last 16, if you go there, will be, I think, here in Philadelphia. So again, you stay on the East Coast instead of going to Dallas, for example, for the last 32 if you finish second of your group. So there's still a lot to do on the pitch, but also off it, to make sure that this group stage is a full success for them, I think.
Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Pat. 2 more goals from Kylian Mbappe. Takes his World Cup tally to 16, level with Miroslav Klose. But after the work of Lionel Messi earlier on, he remains 2 behind the Argentine, who guided his team to a 2-0 victory against Austria in Group J. But as far as Group I is concerned, after the lengthy delay here in Philadelphia, it is finally finished. France 3, Iraq 0. Next on 5 Live, Dotun Adebayo.
Ian, thank you very much, and thanks to your guests, Pat Nevin and Julian Laurens as well. The 5 Live team at the World Cup has been keeping us across the night with some excellent commentary. We've got more to come as well. But first, let's get the latest 5 Live headlines. This is The Nightclub on BBC Radio 5 Live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The BBC News on 5 Live. The newly sworn-in MP for Makerfield, Andy Burnham, says he'll stand to replace Sir Keir Starmer, who announced his resignation as Prime Minister earlier. The former Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has given Mr Burnham his backing, despite previously saying he would run in any potential leadership contest. The BBC understands that the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones, hasn't ruled out putting himself forward for the job. A 36-year-old man from Edinburgh has appeared in court charged with 5 counts of attempted murder linked to terrorism after a series of attacks in the city on Friday. Lewis Hawkes, who was also charged with robbery and breach of the peace, did not submit a plea. The Met Office is warning that extreme heat for large parts of England and Wales could lead to serious illness or danger to life when a red alert comes into force on Wednesday. People are being urged to consider changing their daily routines, with temperatures forecast to climb as high as 40 Celsius. An amber alert is already in place. And at the World Cup, the Argentine forward Lionel Messi has become the all-time leading scorer. He hit both goals in his country's 2-0 victory against Austria to take his finals total to 18. Messi is facing competition from France's Kylian Mbappe, who scored his 16th World Cup goal in their match against Iraq. And at half-time, Norway are 1-0 up against Senegal after a goal from Marcus Pedersen. If they win this match, Norway will confirm their place in the knockouts. We'll have the second half coverage of that on BBC Radio 5 Live very shortly. But first, with the rest of the sport now, here's Lindsay Alder.
Manchester City are one step closer to appointing Enzo Maresca as their new manager on a 3-year deal after reaching an agreement on compensation with their Premier League rivals Chelsea. 1 month on from Pep Guardiola's announcement that he'll leave City after a decade in charge, sources have told BBC Sport a deal to appoint Maresca is close to being finalised. Former Wimbledon champion Marketa Vondrousova has been banned for 4 years for refusing an anti-doping test. She was charged after denying a doping control officer entry to her home to conduct the test in December 2025. In a statement, Vondrousova says she's always stepped onto the court with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, Venus Williams came agonisingly close to winning a match on the WTA Tour in the week after her 46th birthday. The 5-time Wimbledon singles champion lost a third-set tie-break and a 2-hour 57-minute match to Irina Camelia Begu at the Bad Homburg Open in Germany. Williams, who will play doubles with her sister Serena at Wimbledon, has now lost 11 singles matches in a row. 6 Brits made it through to the second round of Wimbledon men's qualifying, including Dan Evans, who's due to retire after the tournament if he makes it. The women are up next with 7 Brits involved, including Heather Watson. In rugby union, England captain Mario Itoje will miss England's test against South Africa in July after being left out of this summer's Nations Championship action. The 31-year-old's been rested, having breached World Rugby's recommendation of playing only 30 games a season in each of his past 2 campaigns. And 4 of Britain's scheduled horse racing meetings on Wednesday have been abandoned after a forecast of extreme heat in parts of the UK.
I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
It being as dignified as possible does seem like the very best solution.
David Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, and now Keir Starmer.
The voice of the UK.
We're not thriving, we're just surviving.
Mandelson was where he lost the party and the country.
For the Labour Party, he probably did have to go.
I'm just so upset. A change in the leadership's not really going to make any difference.
One of the best days of my life, I think.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, that's politics for you.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is Dotun Adebayo
on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Yeah, this is The Nightclub on BBC Radio 5 Live, BBC Radio 5 Live's overnight conversation. It's the World Cup station, after all, so we've got to talk football. We've just had the commentary of the full-time, or the second half commentary, certainly after the break of the France and Iraq game. That's concluded. We're halfway through the other overnight game, which is Norway and Senegal. I'm pleased to say that we have got the sports journalist and content creator based in Lagos, Nigeria, Atalani Oyewumi, with us. Should we start with the half-time in the Norway-Senegal game first, and then we'll talk about France versus Iraq in a moment or two. We're going to take the second half of this Norway Senegal game. Will it be worth waiting for the second half? Norway 1-0 up as we speak.
Evening, Dawson. Yeah, I think it absolutely will be. I'm borderline shell-shocked by how Norway have dominated Senegal in the last 20 minutes or so. Edouard Mendy showed why he was once a Champions League winning goalkeeper. And Norway are really up in the ante. They could have scored 2 or 3 to end the half there. Ødegaard will be incredibly disappointed to not have his marquee World Cup moment, because he really should have scored. And Haaland is just physically dominant as ever. And Koulibaly is really being run ragged here.
Yeah, what's gone wrong for Senegal? Because we're talking about the, I suppose, legitimate African champions, if you know what I mean. And yet they seem to be second best to Norway, who aren't even anywhere near European champions. You know what I mean?
I think it's the tactical setup, if nothing else. Norway have got 3 in midfield, whereas Senegal have only got 2. And that extra man in midfield is really showing at the moment. Senegal are playing a 4-2-3-1, which going forward is great if you manage to get the ball, but they're not able to hold on to it at the moment. Initially, they did. So the possession stats read 50-50. But when they had the ball, they were relatively blunt with it, whereas Norway are really, really looking dangerous.
How is Senegal going to be able to turn this around? Their talisman, Sadio Mane, got them to the African Cup of Nations final and arguably won it for them as well. What role would he play in this, for example?
I'd actually argue very little. We talked about it last time, and I think Mbaye, who plays most of the games for PSG, considering Dembele is a part-time player, they need to bring on him and Iliman Ndiaye from Everton. Those are the 2 danger men. They're the 2 that combined for the goal and assist against France, and yet they've decided to bench them again, which is where we see that political element where the best players do not always play, because it just sounds wrong to have the talisman Sadio Mane on the bench. But if you actually look at current form, etc., there isn't really much justification for him to be playing. Granted, though, in this game, he's not been the worst of the attackers. You could argue Ismaila Sarr or Nicholas Jackson have been worse than him. So I'd say those 2 are the ones I'd be looking to bring off. And if Mane will play, I think he has to be up top. I don't think he can do the same job on the wings anymore.
And when you say Ndiaye, I suppose you're arguing that there isn't a huge amount of creativity up front for Senegal, or am I wrong?
Yeah, there's the certain je ne sais quoi that's missing going forward. And I think he's one of those players that can make something out of nothing. One of those players that can be the hub of an attack. And that's exactly what they're missing, because in Papa Gueye and in Idrissa Gana Gueye, they've got the solidity in the midfield too, but they need that third body in there to do more of a job. And Kamara is not quite doing it for me.
You see, when you're putting forward all those names, they do seem to have a stronger squad on paper than Norway. As much as Norway has got, perhaps the best goal scorer in the world at the moment, and and a talismanic captain, etc. But the Senegal squad seem to be stronger.
They really do. I'd agree, which is why I say I was shell-shocked, because I went into this game thinking the bookers have got it wrong here. They had Norway as marginal favourites, but I thought Senegal were the ones that would push the envelope and be the more progressive team, and that's not how the game's unfolded. So I'm actually quite surprised and disappointed in the team that I consider to be the best team out of Africa at the moment.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about France. You could argue that they're an African team as well, couldn't you?
Absolutely. I think the Senegal-France game was the quote-unquote blackest game the World Cup's ever seen, so you definitely could. And that team is purring at the moment. The first half against Senegal last week wasn't amazing, but since then it's been firing on all cylinders. And the combination between Olise and Mbappe is just the most premium football you'll see. Even though the chances they don't end up in goals, you can see that it's almost ethereal stuff. They're operating on a different plane, and Iraq stood no chance.
Is Elise, who for my money is the best thing I've seen in this World Cup so far, other contenders are available, don't get me wrong, is Elise playing something of a bridesmaid to Kylian Mbappe in this French squad?
I'd almost, by default, yes. You obviously see the memes about Mbappe being the dictator or the real president of France, so by default, yes. But it's almost a case of if you know, you know. If you look at the headlines on a Bleacher Report, ESPN, or BBC, you'll see that Mbappe scores a brace in both games. But if you've watched these matches, you'll see that Elise in that cam role where many thought Ryan Cherky would be the one playing, he is the one making them hum. He is the one creating all these chances, linking up so well with Dembele, linking up so well with Mbappe. He is the key to this team.
You see, I get a feeling, and it's clear to see that this World Cup is turning out to be a Mbappe versus Messi part 2 after the last World Cup final, which was about those two. Who's going to get the most goals? Will it be Messi? Will it be Mbappe? Etc. etc. And this is turning out to be in that way, given Lionel Messi's record-breaking World Cup finals goal earlier on today against something of a lacklustre Austrian team, I would say. And now, of course, eyes are focused on will Kylian Mbappe catch him. Is that where your thoughts are as well?
Absolutely. They seem to be on a crash course headed for each other once more. And going into the World Cup, that wasn't the storyline. I'd like to say the storyline was more focused around Yamal. There's obviously the spatterings of England talk. And Mbappe at a World Cup is a known quantity at this point. Messi at World Cup was not always this polished. It's quite insane, to be honest, to see how his World Cup career has matured compared to what his rep was after 2018, for instance. But they are on a crash course, and it's arguably the two best players in the world, which is insane to say about a Messi that's going to be 39 this week, I believe.
Yeah, in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, it's unbelievable stuff. But I would actually give Messi the nod for the Golden Boot simply because they're playing Jordan in the next game, whereas Mbappe has Norway, which is a tougher opposition. And then in the knockouts, that's obviously dependent on how others do. They're both going to win their group. That's obvious at this point. But I think the Jordan game's a real opportunity to get a couple goals ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that Messi and Argentina will take that opportunity on behalf of Messi. And that's what we've seen. We've seen the rest of the squad, the likes of Lautaro Martinez sacrificing his own opportunity to get goals for the sake of Messi breaking all the records. And it does seem to work. It has got the team rallying around this one iconic player. France aren't going to do the same thing with Mbappe. I don't think so. We saw Dembele getting a goal tonight, and it didn't look like he was going to pass that over to Kylian Mbappe to notch up his record scoring goal fest, as it were. And also, let's not forget as well, it depends which team goes the furthest in the knockout draw. Do you think that Argentina and France will be in the final very quickly?
I think at this point, power rankings wise, I think so. Spain are the only team. Spain and England are the only teams that can throw a spanner in the works.
Okay, and thank you very much for now, Shalani. We'll catch up certainly in about an hour's time. We'll pick up from where we've left off, and we'll invite listeners also to call in on 08085 909 693. Meanwhile, let's hand back for our second half of the Norway and Senegal game to our team in the United States. Good evening.